Hello. Hang on. I apologize to anybody that was in Zoom when I left. I thought I was unmuted, but apparently I was muted when I was saying that I was going off to do my live. So sorry about that. And I'm trying to get to the to my live right now, but right now it doesn't want to let me in the studio. But yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to do when I got cut off. I mean, when you probably just thought I just left. I said I have to go to the live, and all right, let me get in there. All right, here we are. I'm glad you all are here. I did not go ahead and read through this because I wanted it to be, exciting. Still, I can't wait to read this. The other thing is the trials today were very scientific, not, they're very hard to sit through. It was just DNA. Both of them were just a little bit, Trichonis had a little bit in the neighbor and stuff, but a lot of, just really, Trichonis is dragging on so much. It's getting ridiculous. But it was all the DNA with Harmony. So let me pull this deposition over of Christopher Laundrie. And if for some reason you're not familiar with the Gabby Petito case, Gabby Petito was killed, murdered by Brian Laundrie. He confessed to the murder in a notebook that was left at the state reserve there, the Myakatchee in Florida, and his family lived in Northport, Florida. He had lived there with Gabby Petito, and then they took off on a cross-country road trip with a little van, and in August of 2021 he murdered her. And this is going to be a deposition in a lawsuit the family has against Christopher Laundrie and Roberta Laundrie. And this is Christopher's deposition. So we're going to read through this, okay? It is 29 pages. So, hi Carolyn Jepson. Hi Slam RN. Did they find Harmony? No. No, why do you think that? They're having her trial. Okay. Hi, Calbride. Let's see here. Hi, 61. Who does it matter? I see the contra. I don't know what you mean there. I don't know what you mean there, Hi 61, but let's get through this. So Joseph Petito and Nicole Schmidt. Hi 61, email me if you want to tell me what you're talking about, because I don't know. Plaintiffs versus Christopher Laundrie, Roberta Laundrie, and Stephen Bertolino, defendants. Defendant Stephen Bertolino. Hold on, what? I thought I heard that. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just lower. There's something coming through my phone. It's going to drive me crazy if I don't get rid of it. Okay. Now I can't hear it. Okay, that's good. Okay, so defendant Stephen Bertolino, notice of filing deposition of defendant Christopher Laundrie comes now. This defendant, Stephen Bertolino, through counsel pursuant to the Florida Rules of Civil Procedure, and hereby gives notice of the filing, the transcript of the October 10th, 2023 deposition of defendant Christopher Laundrie in support of defendant Stephen Bertolino's motion for summary judgment filed on February 12th, 2024. This notice is given in accordance with Florida Rule of Civil Procedure. The transcript is also filed for use at trial and any other purposes provided for by the Florida Rules of Civil Procedure. I hereby certify that on February 12th, 2024, the foregoing was electronically filed with the court, which will give electronic notice to Patrick J. Riley, Esquire, at eService, blah, 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 blah. All those email addresses, we don't have to worry about that, for Christopher and Roberta Laundrie. Okay. So, deposition of Christopher Laundrie taken by counsel for plaintiffs herein, Tuesday, October 10th of 2023. Time 9:06 to 11:29 a.m. Place Roberts reporting in Venice, Florida, before Amy E. Roberts. Okay. Appearances. Let's go to page 3. So, AT&T phone records, plaintiffs unmarked, Bertolino statement dated 9/14/2021, and then there's a Stafford letter to Mr. and Mrs. Laundrie, and a tweet from Jossie Carbonaro. Thereupon, Christopher Laundrie is adduced as the deponent herein, and being personally known to the notary, was then duly sworn on oath and was questioned and stated as follows. The witness: yes. Direct examination by Mr. Riley. Question: good morning, Mr. Laundrie. Good morning. I know you've had your deposition taken before you, but I'll give you some instructions anyway. I'm pretty sure your attorney has gone over them with you. Please be certain that you hear my question. If you don't hear it, let me know. I'll repeat it. Please be certain you understand it. If you don't understand it, please tell me and I'll rephrase it. But if you answer the question, it's presumed you both heard and understood the question before you answered it. All right? Yes. Question: please be certain that you let me finish my question before you start answering. Oftentimes you can anticipate what the question is going to be, but please let me finish because the court reporter can't take down two of us talking at one time. Answer: okay. And please answer orally as opposed to nodding your head or shaking your head or saying uh-huh or huh-huh. If you do say uh-huh or huh-huh, I'm going to ask you if that's a yes or a no. I'm not being disrespectful. I just need to have a clean record, all right? Answer: sure. Question: is there any reason you're aware of that you would be unable to sit here today and hear and understand my questions and answer them? Answer: no. Question: okay. State your name for the record, please. Answer: Christopher Laundrie. Question: Mr. Laundrie, what, if anything, did you review to prepare for your deposition today? Answer: I just read over my written ones and interrogatories, and we all spoke, you know, but nothing much to prepare. Question: okay. Other than your attorney and your wife, did you speak with anyone else about your deposition? Answer: no. Let me see if it's going this way. Okay. Question: you said we all spoke together. Who else did you speak with? Answer: I mean Stephen Bertolino and, oh shoot, Mr. Gilbert, Ryan Gilbert, the witness, Ryan Gilbert. I spoke to both of them. Question: by Mr. Riley? Okay, no one else? Answer: no. Question: what is your address? Blah, 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 Northport, Florida. Question. How long have you resided there? On and off, but mainly a couple of years now. Question. With whom do you reside at that address? Answer. Roberta, my wife. Question. Has anyone ever lived at that address with you? Answer. Yes. Question. Who? Answer. Ryan and Gabby. Question. And we'll get to the period of time that they live with you. Have you ever been known by any other names other than Christopher Laundrie? Answer. No. Question. What's your date of birth? Blah, 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 1958. And, question, and your current age? Answer, 64. Question. You're married to Roberta Laundrie, correct? Answer, yes. Question. Is this your first marriage? Answer, yes. Question. Is it her first marriage? Answer, yes. Question. Do you recall the date of your marriage? Answer. It was July 14th. Question. Of? Answer. Of, I'm not sure of the date of the year. Wow, he doesn't know the year he was married. Okay. Boy. Question. Okay, and did you and your wife have children? Answer. Yes. Question. Okay, and their names, please? Answer. Brian and Cassandra. Question. What was Brian's date of birth? Answer. 99. Now, I know it's not 99, okay? How could he, wait, if he was only born in 99? Oh, that's right. There was a big age difference. 10 years. Aha. That's right. I'm just thinking. So he would have been 23, 24 now, right? Okay, that's right. He was like 21 or something. And what was Cassandra's date of birth? No, 89. What is your current telephone number? Blah, 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 1787. Question, in the last 5 years, have you had any other telephone numbers? Answer, no. Question, do you recognize the number blah, 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 9308? Answer, that's a business address, phone number, a while back. I think, yeah. You know, I have to ask something. Is Mr. Laundrie okay? Because I find it concerning, either he's extremely nervous, he didn't remember his date that he was married, which, I mean, he should know, but even if, like, it should take maybe a minute or so to realize what it was if he had to go back. But now they give him a phone number and he says that's a business address instead of a phone number. I'm worried about the guy. I hope he's not having any cognitive issues, and I'm being serious because I think that's a little bit concerning. Anyway, that's a business address is the answer. Phone number, a while back, I think, yeah. Question, okay, for what business? Answer, that was C&R specialty at the time. C&R specialty, Christopher and Roberta. Question, how about blah, 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 1783? Answer, that's not familiar to me. I don't remember that phone number. Question, do you have your service with Singular Wireless? Answer, no. Question, who is it with? Answer, AT&T. Question, how about blah, 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 3557? Answer, I'm not familiar with that number either. Question, what is your wife's phone number? Answer, I don't know it, actually. That's on my phone. Wow. Question, okay, how about any other phone numbers for Brian? Answer, I don't know his phone numbers. They're always in the phone. I never really remembered them. No. Question. Prior to the current address, where have you lived? Answer. How long ago were we talking about here? Question. Where did you live immediately prior to the time you lived at your current address? Answer. It was in Medford, Long Island. Question. Do you know what the address was? Answer. No, it was a couple years. Wow. Okay. He doesn't even remember his old address. Question. Do you recognize an address of blah, 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 blah in Venice? Answer. Yes. Question. What was that property? Answer. That was a rental property I had. Question. Do you still own that property? Answer. No. Question. When did you sell that property? Answer. Oh, a few years ago. A little over 2 years ago. Remember when we looked up and they had condominiums and stuff that they had? Question. Did you ever live there? Answer. No. Question. Did any of your family members ever live there? Answer. Yes. Question. Who lived there? Answer. Brian. Question. Over what period of time did Brian live there? Answer. Oh, well, it was almost a full year that he lived there. Question. But do you know when? It was, I believe it was 21, you know, that year. We came down 2 years before, so I'm not really sure, but it was a year before we came to live in the house 2 years ago. Question. And do you, all right, so in 2021, you came to live in the house in Northport? Answer. Yes. Question. Prior to the summer of 2021, how long had you been living there? Answer. Since December of that year. Question. 21 or 20? Answer. I'm not really sure. I think I moved down here 2.5 years ago, approximately. Question. Well, prior to the time of the incident that brings us here for this cause of action, how long had you lived at that address? Answer. How long did I live there? Question. Prior to that, yes. Answer. I was there maybe 4 or 5 months. Question. Okay, you had mentioned December earlier. Did you move there in December? Answer. Yeah. Question. So it would have been December of 20? Answer. That's a possibility. It was that time period there, and we were maybe 2 years ago. I don't know the exact date I moved down there. Question. Okay, have you ever lived, going back to the blah, blah, blah property, did anyone live at that property with Brian? Answer. Yes. Question. Who? Answer. Gabrielle. Question. Have you ever owned property at blah, 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 blah in Northport? Answer. That's the one we're speaking of. Question. No. Answer. I'm sorry, I misunderstood the first time. Question. The property that I was speaking of was, you told me about blah, blah, blah. I then asked you about blah, blah, blah in Venice. Answer. That I never lived in. That was a long time ago. That was prior. That was a mistake. I thought you were talking about Linksman at the time. Question. Okay, did any of your family members ever live at blah, blah, blah? Answer. No. Question. So when you told me that Brian and Gabby lived at a property, was it at blah, blah, blah? Answer. Yes. Question. In Northport? Answer. That's the property. Yes. Question. When did you sell that property? Answer. January of that year. Question. How about blah, 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 blah in Sayville, New York. Did you ever own that property? Answer, no. Oh, I'm sorry. Question, yes. Answer, no. That was a UPS address. Question, okay. Answer, that was my business shipping address. Question, so it was a mailbox address? Answer, yeah, the UPS. Question, okay, how about the blah, blah, blah in Venice? Answer, no, that was a rental property. Question, did you or any of your family members ever live there? Answer, no. Question, do you still own that property? Answer, no. Did you ever own blah, blah, blah in Bayport, New York? Answer, yes. Question, and was that your residence? Answer, that was my residence. Question, how long did you live there? Answer, about 10 years. Question, which was the property that you moved, strike that. The property that you lived in immediately prior to the time that you moved to Northport, which property was that? Answer, the Medford. Question, okay, are you familiar with blah, 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 blah in Venice? Answer, yes. Question, and what was that property? Answer, that was a rental property. Question, did you or your family members ever live there? Answer, no. Question, how about blah, 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 blah in Bohemia? Answer, that was my business rental. We rented that. That's my business space. Question, was that property that you and your wife owned? Answer, no. Question, okay, what business was operated there? Answer, C&R Specialty at first, and then, yeah, C&R Specialty. That was it. Question, how about, I'm going to butcher this name, blah, 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 blah. Answer, we rented there temporarily. Question, did I pronounce that correctly? Answer, blah, 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 blah. Question, blah, blah. And rented there for what? Answer, why or for a length of time? Question, no. Was it personal? Answer, no. Question, when you lived there? Answer, we lived there for a year. Question, okay. What is your educational background? Answer, I graduated high school. Question, what year? I don't know what year it was. 70? I guess 70. Question, well, you're younger than me, and I graduated in 1973. Answer, then in the 70s, yeah, 73. There you go. It had to be the same time. Question, okay, well, but how old did you say you are? Answer, 64. Okay, I'm 67, so you couldn't have graduated in 73. Answer, I really don't know when I graduated. Actually, I didn't graduate. I got a GED. I left, I was 16 years old. 16 years old, so, okay, so he lied. So right there, we know his credibility is off. I graduated high school. Okay, so now, okay, what school did you get your GED from? Answer, I didn't go, oh no, hold on, let me get over here. We didn't finish this. Answer, I really don't know when I graduated. Actually, I didn't graduate. I got a GED. I left. I was 16 years old or 17 years old. So, question. Okay. Okay, what school did you get your GED from? Answer, I didn't go to school. You read and you take it out of place. Question, okay. Answer, I don't know. I don't remember that. Question, are you currently employed? Answer, I have my own business. Question, before I get to that, let me take a step back. After getting your GED, did you have any other formal education? Answer, no. Question, you said you have your own business? Answer, yes. Question, what business? Answer, I repair and sell juice equipment that makes fresh juices. And we looked this up. And there was something, I don't know, I'm having a flashback of something about, I don't even know if it's real, that Roberta's saying you don't have to give them that information about where you went to high school or something about, I feel like that they mentioned this before, that he didn't want to give interviews or something about where he went to school or something. I don't know. I'm having like a deja vu. But I remember about the juicers because we looked up the company. Okay, question. Where do you do that? Answer, out of my house. Question, do you have a company name? Answer, Juicer Services. Question, Juicer Services, is juicer plural or singular? Answer, plural. So it's juicers. Answer, Juicer Services. Question, just Juicer Services? Is that a Florida LLC or some other type of corporation? Answer, it's not an LLC, it's a... Question, is it an Inc.? Answer, it's not incorporated, it's one in between there. Question, okay. Answer, I don't know. Question, do you have any employees? Answer, no. Question, are you the only person who works for the company? For that company? Answer, Roberta helps. Her name's on the company. Question, how long have you been doing that? Answer, all my life I've owned the same business. Question, did Juicer Services exist before you moved to Florida? Answer, yes. Question, same name? Answer, yes. Question, and did that operate in New York? Answer, yes. Question, and is that what you've done your whole life? Answer, yes. Question, what's C&R Specialty Services? Answer, it's the same business, but I changed it over and sold it at a point, and then it turned into Juicer Services. Question, okay, so you sold an existing company that repaired juicer machines? Answer, yes. Question, and then you started another one? Answer, yes. Question, what's Juice Fountain Inc.? Answer, it was a little juice bar I had set up. Question, where was that? Answer, on Cherry Grove Farm in New York. Question, Cherry Grove? Answer, Cherry Grove, it's on Fire Island in Long Island, New York. Question, have you owned or operated a juice establishment in Florida? Answer, no. How do you know Mr. Bertolino? Answer, we were neighbors for a long time. Question, where? Answer, in Bayport, New York. Question, when you say long time, how long? Answer, oh, at least 25 years, I guess. Question, immediate neighbors? Answer, 3 doors down. Question, okay, can you describe the relationship that you've had with Mr. Bertolino? Answer, we were friends, yeah, and crossed paths quite a bit. Question, Have you ever been in any kind of business relationship with him? Answer. Well, I made investments. He made you know I owned real estate with him. Question. What kind of investments? Answer. Just property that I build and sell, and that's about it. Question. And was it just you and he, or were there other persons involved? Answer. I don't know how he operates his business, but you make investments in properties and fix them up and resell them. Question. And was there an established percentage that you had an ownership interest in? Answer. I had no ownership interest. Question. Well, then what was the business relationship you had with him? Answer. I gave him money and he invested it in properties, and I guess you would call it a percent. Yeah. Question. Okay. Was your name on the deed for the real estate that you invested in? Answer. Yeah. Question. Okay. And do you recall what? Answer. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Question. What percentage ownership interest did you have? Answer. It varied on what was being purchased from what I remember, and that's where the percentage comes from. What was the other part of the question? Question. I think you answered it. Has he ever represented you as an attorney prior to 2021? Answer. Well, mainly when I bought and sold property in New York, he was, yes. Question. Okay, so if you were involved in a real estate transaction, he would represent you? Answer. Yeah. He took all of my matters, my will, things like that he did. Question. What kind of practice do you understand Attorney Bertolino to have when he was representing you? Answer. I really don't know. I know he was well-rounded in most categories, and an attorney would be. Question. Have you ever been to his office? Answer. Yes. Question. Okay. Have you ever had him on retainer? Answer. No. I don't think so. No. Question. Did you ever sign a fee agreement with him? Answer. Well, to be honest, I signed whatever he asked me, put in front of me. I'd look it over, but I don't know what agreement it was. Question. Do you know what a fee agreement is? Answer. No. Question. A fee agreement establishes the relationship between you and your attorney that sets forth the terms of that relationship, the hourly fee or the flat amount. Do you ever recall signing anything like that? Answer. I don't know. I signed a lot of things in my time, but I don't remember. No. Question. In 2021, did you sign a fee agreement with Mr. Bertolino? Answer. I would guess and say yes, but I don't know. Mr. Gilbert. Let me interject. We're getting close to a line, and I want to make sure that everyone understands that Mr. Laundrie has waived attorney-client privilege specifically and only with respect to communications with Mr. Bertolino from August 27th, 2021 to October 31st, 2021, as relates to the representation of Brian Laundrie. Mr. Riley. You said he's waiving it? Mr. Gilbert. Correct, Mr. Riley. And what's the time period? Mr. Gilbert. August 27th, 2021 through October 31st, 2021. Mr. Riley. Tell me again the scope of the waiver? Mr. Gilbert. With respect to the representation of his son, Brian Laundrie. Mr. Meltz. Well, I think he's waiving, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the privilege is between Chris and Roberta and Steve. Mr. Gilbert. Right. Mr. Meltz. is waived, but Brian's privilege with Mr. Bertolino, Mr. Gilbert. Yes, Mr. Meltz is not waived. Mr. Gilbert, that's a good point, Mr. Meltz. I just want to make sure there's a distinction in how you described it. Mr. Gilbert, yes, that's correct. That's Mr. Laundrie and Mrs. Laundrie. Question by Mr. Riley. Okay, so I want to go back to my question because I'm not sure if you answered it or you didn't. In 2021, did you sign a fee agreement with Attorney Bertolino? Answer: I'm still not sure what I signed. No. Question. Okay. Answer: I have faith in him to do whatever is right, so I... Question. All right, your daughter Cassandra, where does she currently live? Answer: in Lakewood Ranch here in Florida. Question. Is she married? Answer: yes. Question. Does she still go by Cassandra Laundrie or does she have a different name? Answer: I don't even know. I don't know what name she takes. Question. Is she married? Answer: yeah. What's her husband's name? Answer: it's Jim Lutz. Question. Jim Lutz? Answer: yeah. Question. And you don't know if she's taken his married name? Answer: no. Question. They have children? Answer: yes. How many children? Question. Answer: 2. Question. And do they go by Lutz? Answer: I have no idea. Question. Do you not have a relationship with Cassandra? Answer: no, I have a relationship, but it's something, I just don't know that. You know, maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. I would have no reason to ask her about that, so... Question. Did you attend her wedding? Answer: yes. Question. Okay, and you don't know if they were announced that she was now Mrs. Lutz? Answer: no, it was, no. Question. Okay. What was the date of Brian's passing? Answer: I believe the 13th of September. Question. What leads you to believe it was the 13th of September? Answer: that's the day he left my house and I never saw him again. Question. Okay. How old was Brian when he passed? 22, I think. Where did he go to high school? In Bayport on Long Island. Do you know the name of the high school? I think it's called Bayport High School. Do you know when he graduated? Or did he graduate? Answer: yes, he did. Question. Do you know when he graduated? Answer: I don't know the year. Question. Did he have any post-high school education? Answer: no. Question. So he didn't go to a trade school? Answer: no. Question. Or a college or community college or anything like that? Answer: no. Question. What did he do after he graduated from high school? Answer: he moved down to Florida and he worked at Publix. Question. Which Publix? Answer: Toledo Blade in Northport. Question. So as soon as he graduated, he moved down here? Answer: it was pretty much maybe a month or 2 after he graduated. Question. And you don't know what year that was? Answer: I don't know exactly, no. Question. Where did he live? Answer: he lived in our house. Question. Which one? Answer: blah, blah, blah. Question. Do you recall what year you purchased that property? Answer: I don't recall the year, but I kind of know the number. 8 years ago? Like 2015? Answer: yeah, that sounds correct. Question. And you're testifying that he moved there right after he graduated? Answer. Yes. Question. Did anyone else live with him? Answer. No. Question. How long did he stay there? Answer. He stayed there. My timeline through all that is not fresh in my mind, but I believe he stayed there 2 years at least. During that time period, did anyone live with him? Answer. No. Question. What did he do after that 2-year period? Answer. Well, we moved in. We did move down at around that same time frame, and we lived there 7 months together. Yeah, about 7 months together, and then moved back to New York. Question. Okay. Were you a snowbird? Answer. No. Question. Okay, so sometime in 2015 you moved down? Answer. Yeah, that sounds right. Question. And you stayed about 2 months or 7 months? Why did you go back? Answer. Well, it was all around health issues. Question. For who? Answer. Roberta. Question. So after that 7-month period, when you go back, when is the next time you went to Florida? Answer. When we moved the last time, I told you we were down. Question. December of 2020? Answer. Yeah. Question. Okay. During that period, you said Brian was there for 2 years, so that would take us to 2017. So 17 to 20, did anyone live in the house? Answer. Yeah, I'm very confused on all that. I know he moved. Brian moved down here ahead of us. When he left high school, he went down there. He lived there for, I believe, 2 years. We moved down there and lived together about 7 months. I don't really recall the date line of that. Question. Was there ever a time that the house was vacant? Answer. Yeah. In the beginning, when I first bought it, it was vacant. Yeah. Question. Okay. How about after you bought it until 2020, when you moved down there? Answer. It was. The only way I could tell you that is Brian moved down. We moved down a couple of years after and then lived there for 7 months. I don't have this timeline in my head right at all. I don't think. Question. Do you have an issue with your memory? Answer. Apparently so. Yeah. Have you ever been diagnosed by anyone as having memory issues? Answer. No. Question. Other than yourself and your wife and Brian, did anyone else ever live in that blah 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 property? Answer. Yes, my daughter lived there for a time. Question. When did she live there? Answer. Well, we moved back to New York. Brian had come back. Can you give me a moment, all right? Question. Sure. Answer. To think about this here because we moved, Brian went down, we moved back, then we went back down for a period. Brian was there, though, the whole time when he moved out from high school. We moved back twice to New York, so we rented a little place, an apartment. Roberta got sick. That's the only way I can go through this is Roberta got sick. So we moved to Florida thinking we were staying. Brian was already there. We lived there a few months, and Roberta was nervous about a lot of things, didn't want to be there. We moved back to New York, and then we moved back to New York. We discovered she was sick, and then Roberta had surgery in New York. We moved back to Florida. Brian was the whole time there. We moved back to Florida and got treatments for Roberta in Florida for 7 months, and then Roberta didn't want to stay again. She was bothered about finances of what we all went through there, as far as financially. We moved back to New York, and she went back to work, and we lived there 2 years in an apartment in Medford, and then moved back to Florida. Brian lived in but the timeline is we moved back after renting for 2 years, and that's when we landed in Florida, and Gabby and then moved in with us in the house in December. That's what I have. Question. But you said Cassie lived in the blah, blah, blah house. Answer. Yeah, Cassie. Okay. We moved out. Brian moved back to New York with us and actually was down there a little ahead of us because we were looking for a place to rent. So he was there, and then he moved into the apartment in Medford with us. Cassie was living at blah, blah, blah because she sold her house, and we were letting her live there. It was good for both of us that she was in the house. I remember reading about this way back in the day. And then after the 2 years, it was planned that we were going to go move back to Florida, and we did. Cassie found her new home in Lakewood Ranch, and that's when we got back to Florida and been there since. Question. Okay, you said at some point in time Brian left the home, left, blah, 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 and returned to New York. When was that? Answer. It was, I don't know the date, but it was the same time we moved to Medford. It was 2 years. I don't know the date. Question. Do you remember what the address was in Medford? Answer. No. Question. I'm not finding an address in Medford, so there's a Sayville address. Answer. We didn't live in Sayville. We lived in Medford for... It's in Palmer by where the town landfill is. Question. And was it near Bayport? Answer. We lived in Bayport a couple years before that, but in Medford was the last place we lived before we moved here. And question. And that was the... I'm sorry. Answer. It was a rental, and we lived there for 2 years. Question. If I understand your testimony correctly, you said that Brian moved into the Wabasso Street property shortly after you purchased it in 2015, correct? Answer, yes. Question, he stayed there about 2 years? Answer, yeah. Question, so would he have moved back to New York then sometime around 2017? Answer, I don't know. I don't know the exact time period of that. That's the only way I know it, is the way I explained it to you. Question. When he moved back in with you and your wife in Medford, correct? Answer. Yes. Question. How long did he stay there? Answer. Not long. It was maybe 2 months, 3 months. Question. Where did he go then? Answer. He went to move in. Well, he left. We went to a wedding. He drove to Florida. He was with Gabby at that point, So they left together. I don't know where we went to a wedding. From there, he left and took a road trip. But first, he lived with my daughter for a few months. Question. Where? Answer. In blah, blah, blah. Question. Okay. Do you know when he met Gabby? Answer. It was in the time frame when we arrived in Medford, and in that 3-month period. Question. And when you said he and Gabby left and came to Florida, did they move into blah, blah, blah at that time? Answer. Well, we all went to a wedding in Maryland. They left from Maryland. I don't know where they went. They wound up at my daughter's house, my house where my daughter was living, and they lived there. They lived with them for, I guess they stayed few weeks, and then they left to travel across the country. Question. The trip in, there was a trip in 2021, correct? Answer. The first trip was, I don't know what year that was. Question. Well, because there was a trip in 2021, correct? Answer. Yeah. Question. How soon prior or how much prior to the trip was the trip that you were just referring to where they stayed with Cassie for a period and then left to travel? Answer. I'd say 8 months, something like that. So, question. So it would have been around 2020? Answer. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Question. You told me previously that Brian worked at Publix during the 2-year period that he was down at blah, 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 starting in 2015. Did he work anywhere else during that period of time? Answer. Yeah. He worked in the YMCA. Question. This is during that 2-year period? Answer. Yeah. Question. Okay, when he returned to New York, did he have employment? Answer. Yeah. He started working. Yeah. Question. Where did he work? Answer. He worked at a pub, a greeter at the door in Bayport. Question. At what? Answer. A pub. I think it's called the Horse something or other. Question. How long did he do that? Answer. Well, since he got there. Question. And how long did he continue to do that? Answer. Until he left. I guess that was a few months. Question. Okay. And when you say he left, is that when he came down to Florida with Gabby? Answer. Yes. Question. When he came down to Florida, did he have a job? Answer. Well, no. At that point, I don't know what they were doing really. They were at our house with the daughter. I don't think he worked in that time frame. And then they went on a road trip. Question. Okay, what were Brian's hobbies? Answer. He liked to hike. He liked to stay fit, so he did a lot of activities. He liked to draw. He liked art. Question. Did he ever tell you what he wanted to do as his career? Answer. Yes. He wanted to actually have a farm. Question. Have a farm? Answer. Yeah. Question. What kind of farm? Answer. Well, he was trying to figure that out. There were many options in his mind. Question. Prior to dating Gabby, did he have any other girlfriends? Answer. Apparently. I didn't know, I think a couple. Question. You don't know who they were? Answer. No. Question. Did you ever, prior to 2001, hear any claims that Brian had been involved in domestic violence? He obviously means 2021 because Brian would only be 2 years old. Answer, no. Question, did he have anger issues? Answer, no. Question, are you aware of whether he was ever involved in a fight prior to 2021? Answer, no. Question, he was not or you don't know? Answer, I don't know. I don't know. Question, describe Brian from high school up until 2021. Answer, I don't know how to describe him. What do you mean by describe him? Question, tell me about him. If somebody said, hey, I never knew your son, tell me all about him. Answer, well, he was a great kid. He was ambitious. He was outgoing. He was a great guy. Question, was he respectful? Answer, absolutely. Question, was he honest? Answer, yes. Question, had he ever been in trouble as a kid? Answer, never that I know of, no. Question, in the 2020 to 2021 time frame, what was your relationship with Brian like? Answer, it was very good. Question, can you describe the relationship that you had with him? Answer, we were very good friends. We were very close, yeah. And we talked about whatever we wanted to talk about. We had a lot of fun together. We hiked, did a lot of things. Question. Was Brian closer to you or to your wife? Answer. I'd say equally. Question. Can you describe Brian's relationship with Roberta in the 2020-2021 timeframe? Answer. I think everything was normal, usual. You know, there was nothing that I knew. I can't speak for her. Question. Do you remember when you first met Gabby? Answer. Yes, I do. Question. When did you first meet her? Answer. When Brian, a couple months when we moved into Medford. Question. A couple months before you moved into Medford? Answer. A couple months in living in Medford. Question. A couple of months after you lived in Medford? Answer. When we moved into Medford, within those 2 months, we met her. Question. What were the circumstances of meeting her? Answer. I was surprised because I had never heard of. He didn't speak of her, but I was surprised that he just came home with her and introduced her, and that's all. Question. How did he introduce you to her? Let me rephrase that. How did he introduce her to you? Answer. He spoke of her one night right before, and he said he wanted to introduce us the next day, and he came home with Gabby and introduced us. Question. Did he say what their relationship was? Answer. No. And question. Do you know if they were dating at that time or they were just friends? Answer. You know, I really don't know. Brian introduced her and it all went from there. Question. Do you know if they went to school together? Answer. I know they went to the same high school. Question. Okay. Do you know if they knew one another in high school? Answer. Knowing now, I don't know. I didn't know then, but now I know that everybody crossed paths and he knew of her. Question. Do you know when they started to date? Answer. No. Question. What was your initial impression of Gabby? Answer. She was very nice. She walked in the door and we spoke, and fine impression. Question. And you don't know when they started dating? Answer. I would have to guess when we moved back there within that 2 months. I don't know. Question. When did Brian and Gabby live at the blah 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 property? Answer. When did they move in, are you saying? Answer. Yes. Answer. I'd say January of 20. Question. January? Answer. 20, I think. Question. January of, okay. How long had they been dating before you moved there? Question. I'd say 7 months, I'm guessing. When they left, they were dating, and that's when they... Question. Now, you told me that they had lived for a period of time with Cassie at the blah, blah, blah property, correct? Answer, right. Question. Was that before or after they moved to Linkspin Place? Answer. Before. Question. Okay, and they came down to blah, blah, blah property after a wedding in Maryland? Answer. Right. Question. Whose wedding was that? Answer. Roberta's niece. Question. Do you recall when the wedding was? Answer. I think it was October. I'm unsure of the date or the month even, but I think it was October. But, Question. And then you said you lived in that, at that blah, blah, blah property for about a year? I think correct, or maybe I didn't ask you. How long do you think they... Answer. Here, about a year. Question. Okay, was it just the two of them? Answer. Yes. Question. Do you know if they were working then? Answer. Brian was working. I don't know if Gabby was working. Question. Where was Brian working? Answer. He worked in a liquor store. ABC liquor store. Question. How long did he work there? Answer. He worked until COVID. COVID came and everybody was worried about it. So I said, yeah, fine, take a break. You know, you don't have to work if you're worried about it. And then I don't know when he went back to work, but he went back to work at Publix at that point. Question. And you don't know during that 1 year period if Gabby worked? Answer. Well, I know eventually she worked at Taco Bell, but I don't know when. Question. Okay, you testify you moved down to blah, blah, blah in December of 2020. So during that year, period of time that Gabby were living at, hold on a minute, is that the right one? Yeah, okay, it just doesn't follow that. Period of time that Brian and Gabby were living at the blah, blah, blah property, did you and your wife come to Florida? Answer. Once. Question. In that year period? Answer. Yeah. Question. Okay, and at some point, did Brian and Gabby come to live with you at blah, blah, blah? Answer. Yeah, that was when we moved down for good, and you know her, finally settled in and moved there, and Brian, they wanted to live with us. Question. Why did they want to leave the blah, blah, blah property? Answer. Because I wasn't renting it at the time, and Brian felt it was enough. He was going to live with us for a while, and I could either rent or sell. Question. So in December of 2020, when you and your wife moved down, they moved in with you? Answer, yes. Question. That first trip that you talked about, they took, was that during the time period of time that they were living with you at Wabasso? Answer, no. The first trip, they left our house, the rental in Medford, and took a road trip out west and back. And when they came back, they stayed with Cassie. Question. Okay. Hold on 1 second. I gotta see what's going on with Sassy. She's getting like, I don't know if she has dementia, baby. We don't know what's gonna happen with her. Hold on a minute. Doesn't know where she is. Sassy, what's up? What's up? Hey, what's going on? Come on. Go to sleep now. Come on. Get in. Okay. I have to carry her, put her up in the dog bed. Like she can't even move her leg to get over the tiny little lip of her dog bed. Okay. So, let's see. Okay, was it just the two of them? Answer, yes. Question. Do you know if they were working then? Answer. Brian was working, and I don't know if Gabby was working. Question. Where was Brian working? He was, wait, hold on a minute. I've lost my place now. Where were we? We were on 42? Yeah, it had to be 42. Sorry, period of time they were living there in that period, yeah. Question. Okay, at some point, did Brian and Gabby come to live with you? Yeah, that was when we moved down. Yeah, right, for good. You know her, yeah. Finally settled in and moved there, and Brian, they wanted to live with us. Question. Why did they want to leave the blah, blah, blah property? And that was, A, because I wasn't renting it at the time, and Brian felt it was enough. He was going to live with us for a while, and I could either rent or sell. Question. So in December of 2020, when you and your wife moved down, they moved in with you? Answer. Yes. Question. That trip, the first trip that you talked about that they took, was that during the period of time they were living with you in Robasso? Answer. No. The first trip they left our house, the rental in Medford, and took a road trip out west and back, and when they came back, they stayed with Cassie. Question. Okay. Answer. In our house. Question. All right. So this was after the wedding? Answer. Yes. Sassy, what's wrong, honey? What's the matter? I don't know what is. She has food. She has water. She is in her dog bed. I don't know what is up with her. Okay. Well, let me see if I'm going to give her another snack or something. Let me see. You want a treat? You want a treat? What's up? What's up? What's up? Here, let's see. How about what's this? Here. Want that? Uh-oh. You got it? Did you get it? Here. Okay? All right, good girl. Take a little resty now. Take a little resty. Sorry. Okay. The rental in Medford took a trip out west and when they came back. Okay. Question was, okay. Answer is in our house. Question, all right. So this was after the wedding. Answer, yes. Question, so after the wedding, they took a road trip out west. Answer, right. Question. And then they came back to Florida and stayed at blah, blah, blah with Cassie? Answer, correct. Question. Do you know where they went? Answer. Where they went out west? Question. Yes. Answer. I know they went all the way to Oregon, so where there was in between, I don't know. Question. Did they ever get engaged? Answer. Yes. Question. Do you know when they got engaged? Answer. Somewhere along that trip, I think. Question. The first trip? Answer. Yeah. Question. Did you ever have any concerns about the period of time that Brian and Gabby were living at the blah, blah, blah property? Did you and your wife come to Florida? Answer. Once. Question. In that year period? Answer. Yeah. Question. Okay. And at some point, did Brian and Gabby come to live with you at blah, blah, blah? Answer. Yeah, that was when we moved down for good. Finally settled in and moved there. Brian, they wanted to live with us. Wait, hold on. Sorry. I went on the wrong page. I thought I was reading again on there. Okay, did you ever have any concerns about the relationship between Brian and Gabby? Sorry about that. I answer. Any normal concerns of somebody you know, making commitments and all, but otherwise, no. Question. Do you recall any specific concerns that you had? Answer. No, I didn't have any. Question. Did you get to know Gabby? Answer. Yes. Question. What did you think of her? Answer. She was very nice, very respectful. Question. What were your thoughts on her joining your family? Answer. We welcomed her. Question. Did you love her? Answer. Yes. Did your wife love her? Answer. Yes. Was your wife jealous of her? Answer. Not at all. Question. Do you recall an incident in which your wife made a cake or a pie, and Brian and Gabby were sitting and talking and not paying attention to your wife, and she got upset and threw the cake or pie away? Uh-oh. Cake being thrown away? No. Say it isn't so. Answer. I don't remember that, no. Question. Did your impression of Gabby ever change over the time period that you knew her until her passing? Answer. Well, we were all living together. We left it was just a little bit of everybody moved in together, so it's a new experience. So otherwise, that's about it. Question. But did your impression of her ever change? Answer. No. Question. How long did they live with you on blah, blah, blah? Answer. Well, 5 months, but Gabby came and went, I'd say 4 months, really. Question. What do you mean she came and went? Answer. Well, she'd leave for a week, go back north or wherever she was going. Yeah, so I'd say, the amount of time away was quite a bit. Question. Did you ever have any disagreements with Gabby? Answer. No. Question. Did your wife ever have any disagreements with Gabby? Answer. No. Question. Did you ever see any disagreements between Brian and Gabby? Answer. No. Question. Can you describe their relationship as you observed it, please? Answer. I thought it was a very good relationship. They were young, 2 young people really trying to have a good time, and they did as far as I know. Question. Had they planned a wedding date, to your knowledge? Answer. No, I thought they wanted to get married quick, but that didn't happen. Question. Did you ever have any concerns about their relationship? Answer. No, just the normal one anyone would feel, You don't want him to get into something quickly or not quickly, but they might not be, but that's normal to me. Question. Have you ever, prior to December of 2021, met Joe Petito? Answer. No. Had you ever met Nicole Schmidt? Answer. Yes. Question. Where did you meet Nicole Schmidt? Answer. At her home. Question. Where? Answer. In Blue Point, Long Island. Question. What were the circumstances of you meeting her? Answer. I was picking up stuff that Gabby asked me to get. Question. What kind of stuff? Answer. Oh, skateboard, and I don't remember the other items, but it was not very much. Question. Why couldn't Gabby get them? Answer. I don't know. She was living in Florida, and I was living in Medford, so... Question. Okay. Why did she want you to pick it up? Answer. Because she wanted it. Question. Were you going to bring it down to Florida with you? Answer. Yeah. Question. This was prior to the time you moved down? Answer. Yeah. On a trip down there, I was bringing it down. Question. Did you meet her husband at that time as well? Answer. No. No. I only met Nicole. Question. How long were you at the house? Oh, 10 minutes. Question. Was your wife with you? Answer. Yes. Question. Was that the only time you've met Nicole? Answer. No. We met her again picking up some more things for her. Question. At her house? Answer. Yes. Question. Was there any other occasion when you met Nicole? Answer. No. Question. The trip that Brian and Gabby took in, I believe it would have been 2020. What did they travel in? Answer. Is that the first trip or... Yes. In Gabby's car. Okay. Were there any issues during that trip that you're aware of? Answer. No. Question. How long were they gone? Answer. I don't know. They never came back. So they went to Florida. So I don't know how long they were gone on a road trip. I don't remember. Question. Okay, let's move to 2021. When did you become aware that they were planning another trip? Answer. The week before they left. How did you become aware? Answer. When I became aware is that they put stuff in the storage unit. That's when I became aware. And how? Question. And I'm sorry, I just get confused by the time. Where were they living at the time? Answer. When they went on that trip? In our house. Question. Okay. On blah, blah, blah? Answer. Yeah. Question. Okay, and you learned that they were going to take a trip because they moved things to a storage unit? Answer. Yes. What did they move to a storage unit? Answer. A lot of stuff in boxes. I don't know what they owned. This is funny because, not funny, haha, funny, weird, funny, because that was the reason supposedly that Brian left and went back to Northport, flew out, remember, and then flew back, and shortly after he flew back, he killed her. And it had to do with the storage unit. And I've always wondered about that storage unit, what was really in it and what was going on there. Question. Why did they move it to the storage unit? Answer, I have no idea. Question, you never asked them. Answer, nope. Let's see, is that, okay, 50, yeah. Then we have question. Had you asked them to remove some of their things from the house? Answer, no. Question. So tell me, you saw them or that they were moving things to the storage unit? Tell me how the conversation about the trip came up. Answer, well, I didn't see them move it, first of all. Question. Okay. Answer, you know, I saw a receipt that was on the counter one day, and that's when I realized because they lived in the other half of the house and we gave them their space. The other half of the house, that was like not a very large house, so the other half of it, they didn't see each other. Come on. Question. Okay, so you saw a receipt on the counter in the house? Answer, yeah. And question is, and did you then have a conversation with them about the receipt? Answer, yeah. That's how I discovered they were going to take a trip. Question. Tell me what they said. Answer, they said they were going to go back to New York. They were going to camp their way down to New York. That's what Gabby told me. And then they were going to move in with her grandfather and get their jobs back too. So question. So if I understand correctly, they were going to travel to New York? Answer, right. Question, camp along the way? Answer, right. Question, and then you said they were going to live with Gabby's grandfather? Sass, what's the matter, Bubby? That's what she said. Question, where did he live? Answer, I don't know where he lived. Question, you don't know what state? Answer, I know it was Long Island, somewhere. Question, okay. Did they say where they were going to go back to Long Island? Answer, no. Question, did you ask? Answer, no, it's what they said. Question, you said they were going to get their jobs back. What jobs? Answer, well, I assume he worked at the Bayport Flower House also before, so that was his last job there, you know, so that's what they said. Question, and what was Gabby going to do? Answer, I don't know. Question, did they tell you that they were planning a trip out west? Answer, no. Question, the van they took on the trip out west, did that used to be owned by you? Answer, no. Question, who owned? Do you know where they got the van? Answer, that was a surprise to me. They even had it prior, you know, so they bought it. I wasn't living there when they bought the van. Question, so they bought the van prior to December of 2020? Hold on a minute. Oh my gosh, I really don't know what she wants. I don't know. Hold on. What's the matter? What's the matter? Come on, sleep or what? Everybody's sleeping. What is going on? Got water. Here's your water. Okay. There's some rest. Sorry. Okay, so then we're back to here. The van, did they tell you they were planning, where were we? About the van, right? He worked at the Bayport Flower House also before, so that was his last job there, you know, so that's what they said. Question, and what was Gabby going to do? Answer, I don't know. Question, did they tell you that they were planning a trip out west? Answer, no. Question, the van that they took on the trip out west, did that used to be owned by you? Answer, no. Question, who owned? Do you know where they got the van? Answer, that was a surprise to me. They even had it prior, you know, so they bought it. I wasn't living there when they bought that van. Question, so they bought the van prior to December of 2020? Answer, yeah. Question, at the time when you saw the van, did you know whose name it was titled in? Answer, no. Question, did you come to learn whose name it was titled in? Answer, yeah. Question, whose? Answer, it was in Gabby's name. When did you learn that? Answer, that was, Brian told me, I don't know, you know, months after, I guess. I don't know when. He told me, but he told me. Question, well, did he tell you before or after the trip? Answer, before the trip. Question, did he tell you how they paid for it? Answer, no. Question, did he tell you who paid for it? Answer, no. Question, did he tell you how much what the purchase price was? Answer, he did. Question, what did he tell you? Answer, $7,000, something like that. Question, okay. Prior to the time that they left for the trip to New York, did they make any renovations to the van? Answer, Brian did, yes. Question, what did he do? Answer, he made it into a camper, basically. Question, tell me what you remember he did. Answer, well, he put a vent fan and a ladder on it. He built bedding. He ordered storage, and that's about it. And they made it look nice. Question, and they didn't tell you that they were going to take a trip out west, just that they were going to New York? Answer, that was it. I know they took a trip before. You know, they went on weekend trips in it, you know. So I thought that's why they made the van. Question, when did they leave Florida? Answer, a few days into June. Question, did you have communications with Brian when they took the trip? Answer, no. Question, do you know how long it took them to get to New York? Answer, no, but I know they were targeting the graduation date for Gabby's brother. Which brother? Answer, the one who was graduating. Question, you don't know his name? Answer, I know it, but I don't know it now, but if you tell me, I would recognize his name. Did you speak with him when he was in New York? No, I don't think so. Did there come a time when you learned that they were taking a trip out west? Answer, no, I did learn it, you know, eventually, but I didn't know they were already out on the trip when I found out. Question, how'd you find out? Answer, I looked at a phone record and seen if Brian called anywhere, and one call he made was to, when I checked the number, was a realtor in Utah. So that's how I found out. Question. Why didn't ask you Brian if he was traveling? Answer. When he called me, I tried contacting him and I didn't get, he didn't call back, and he called me, and I don't know when he called me, but he called me and told me that they were on this trip. Question. Did he say how long they'd been on the trip? Answer. No. Question. Did he say where they were going? Answer. Yeah, he did. He said they were going to eventually be somewhere in Oregon. Question. Okay. Did you ask him why they were going on the trip? No. No. Were you curious about why they were going on the trip? Answer. I have no idea why they went on the trip. I didn't have no idea. Question. Did you have any concerns about the fact that they were on a trip? Answer. No. I just don't know why they went. That's all, but I didn't ask him. Question. Did you have any concerns about them going on the trip? Answer. No. They're adults and they make their own decisions, and that's what they do. Question. Besides going to Utah, did he tell you where else they were going to go to? They're going to go. No. Answer. No. I have no idea where they were going. Question. Do you know if... Strike that. So from the time they left the home in beginning of June until that phone call that you had with him when they were already on the trip, did you talk with him in between that period of time? Answer. I think I spoke to him twice. Question. Do you know if your wife spoke with him during that period of time? Answer. I don't think so, but I don't know for sure. I don't know. I don't think so. Question. Was there ever a time when you became aware of any incidents between Brian and Gabby on the trip? Answer. No. What vehicle did you get? Hold on a minute. Is this right? Okay, yeah, it is. What vehicle did you use for your juicer business? Answer. Now? Question. No. What did you use back in 2020? Answer. 2020? I had a pickup. Question. You didn't have a van? Answer. No. Question. When did you become aware of the August 12th, 2021 incident in Moab? Answer. When it was on the news. Question. Okay, and when it was on the news, and when was it on the news? Answer. I don't know the exact time, but it was on the news. Question. After they returned from the trip, after Brian returned from the trip. Answer. It was after. Question. So you weren't aware that there was a domestic violence incident in Moab on August 12th of 2021? Answer. No. Question. Do you know if Brian spoke with your wife about that? Answer. No. No, you don't? No, you don't know? Or no, she didn't? Answer. No, I don't think so. No. Question. When's the next time after June of 2021 that you saw Brian? Answer. When he came and visited. Question. When was that? Answer. It was in August. Question. Okay, does August 17th sound right? Answer. Yes. Question. Yes? Answer. Yes. Question. And why did he come back to visit? This is what I've always wondered about. Answer. It was just to, apparently he said he wanted to empty his storage unit. Question. Why? Answer. To save the money. Question. And what was done with the items in the storage unit? Answer. He put it back in the room that he was staying. Question. Was the storage unit emptied in total? Answer, yes. Question. Okay, I guess that was a poor question. Was it emptied? The storage unit was emptied? Answer. It was emptied. Yeah. Question. How long did it take him to do that? Answer. I don't know. Not long at all. I don't know, but you go pick it up, an hour, 2, 3 hours, he's done. Question. Why is it that Brian came back to do that instead of asking you to do it? Answer. We offered to do it. He seemed anxious to come home, to say, maybe he just wanted to come home, Well, question. Well, that was 5 days after the Moab incident. Was there anything that you observed about Brian when he came home that caused you concern? Answer, none. Question. And he didn't tell you that there had been a police incident between he and Gabby just days before? Answer, no. Question. And he seemed fine? Question. He did. Answer, he did. Question. Did he have any bruising on him that you're aware of? Answer, no. Question. Do you know why he came alone? Answer, I don't know why he came alone. I thought he just wanted to come and see us and say hello. Question. Did you ask him why Gabby didn't come home with him? Answer. It sounded as if she wanted time to make her website, so that was the only reason. The only reason that he said she couldn't do it while she was there. I don't know. Question. Did he tell you where she was staying? Answer, yeah. Question. What did he say? Answer, well, staying in the hotel. I don't know where exactly. Question. Did he say why she was staying in a hotel? Answer. She didn't feel safe, so Brian put her in a hotel. Yeah. Question. Did he talk with you about the trip? Answer. Not really. No. Question. Did you ask him where he'd been? Answer. No. Question. Did you ask him how Gabby was? Answer. Yeah. Question. What did he say? Answer. Everything was fine. Question. How long did he stay home? Answer. I think it was like 5 days. Question. What did he do other than cleaning out the storage unit during that 5-day period? Answer. Nothing much. We all went out and just we went to the beach, had dinners, and just normal stuff. When he came home, was it planned that he was going to return in 5 days? Yeah. Answer, yeah. Question. So who paid for the tickets? Answer. I don't know. We didn't. I know that. Question. Do you know where he flew out of? Answer. Salt Lake. Question. When he came home, did you have any concerns about him and continuing the trip? Answer. No. And he told us again that they were going to Oregon to maybe work in a pumpkin place, that they learn farming and help with that season of pumpkins. That's it. That's what he told me. Mr. Riley. Okay, why don't we take a 5-minute break? They took a recess from 10:15 to 10:24. Question by Mr. Riley. So I think you told me that from that time, that Brian left your home, Brian and Gabby left in early June until that phone call when they were already on the trip. You spoke with him maybe 2 times? Answer, yeah. Question. And it was while he was on that trip that he told you that he was on the trip? Answer, yes. Question. Okay. How would you communicate with Brian? Just by telephone, or did you communicate in other ways? Just telephone is his answer. Question. Did you text him? Answer. I texted him, yes. Question. Okay. How about FaceTime or anything like that? Answer, no. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 marked for identification. Question, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Would you pass that down, please, which is I'll represent to you, is a copy of your phone records that we received from AT&T. And I think you previously said your phone number was blah, 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 1787, correct? Answer, yes. Okay, question. And do you have phone service with AT&T? Answer, yes. Question. The phone records I provided you start in July of 2021, so I don't have anything prior. I do, but I didn't bring it with me prior to that time. So it looks like the first time that you had a conversation with him was on July 11th. If you'll turn to page 2, and it looks like on July 11th, and I'll represent to you when it says, and it's down at number 31 to make it easier, where there's 2, your number appears first under the column. Do you see the column originating number? Answer, yes. Question, then your number at line 31 is blah, 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 1787, correct? Answer, yeah. Yes. Question, and where it says, and there's a number underneath for F, that means it was forwarded, as I understand it, and then there was a voicemail left. Do you have any reason to disagree with that? Answer, no. Question, would you leave a voicemail for Brian? Answer, yes. Question, okay. Turn to page 15, please. I'm sorry, page 16 at line 262. There's a phone call placed from you to a number blah, 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 903. I'm sorry, there was a phone call that originated blah, 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 7732. Was that Brian's number? Answer, I really don't know. I'm not sure. Question, I'll represent to you through discovery that there's the number that it's been represented to us to be Brian's number. Answer, okay. Question, so it looks like on August 4th at 21:54, which should be 9:54, Brian called you and spoke for about 15 or 16 minutes. Yeah. Do you recall anything about that conversation? I don't. No. Okay. But answer. But I know he called me. Question. Turn to page, before you turn the page, prior to the time that Brian came back on the 15th, I believe it was of August, the 17th of August, did you have any conversation with Anthony Bertolino and Brian? Answer. Visiting us? Question. Did you have any conversations with Attorney Bertolino? Poor Anthony, oh my gosh. Attorney Bertolino. Now I'm saying things. Answer. I'm lost in the timeline you're talking about. Question. Prior to the time Brian returned on August 17th, did you have any conversations with Attorney Bertolino? Answer. No, none. No. Question. Okay. Answer, I don't think so. Question, do you know if after Brian returned back out west after he left home, do you know if your wife prior to August 27th of 2021 had any conversations with Attorney Bertolino? Answer, I wouldn't know that, no. Okay, question, turn to page 27 please, are you there? Answer, yeah. Question, okay, I'll represent to you that this is, strike that. If you look at line 444, there's a voicemail message from you to Brian at 3:12 in the afternoon. Do you see that? Answer, yep. And then going down to line 448 at 4:21, about an hour later, you left another message for Brian. Do you see that? Answer, yes. Question. And then an hour after that, at not quite an hour, 5:11, you left another voicemail message for Brian. Answer, right. Question, why were you every hour for a 3-hour period leaving a message on Brian's voicemail on August 27th? Answer, I don't even know what that day is. What is that date? I don't know. Question, well, there's the date the FBI believes Gabby was murdered. Do you know why you would have called him 3 times within a 3-hour period and left him a voicemail message? Answer. I might have just been wanting to talk to him. Question. Okay, and turn to the next page, please. Mr. Petito. It looks like they're on mute. Is Chris on mute? The court reporter. Oh, yes, thank you. Excuse me. Reporter adjusts the mute button on the laptop. Question by Mr. Riley. Okay. Let's see here. Answer. I lost you there. Question. I didn't start yet. Looking at line number 459, there was a phone call from you, again, to Brian at 8 o'clock. I'm sorry, at 9:30. Do you see that on line 459? Answer. Yes. Yeah. And you spoke with Brian for 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 42 seconds, according to this. Do you recall what you spoke about? Answer. No, I don't. Question. Okay, do you recall if on that date Brian told you anything about Gabby? Answer. I don't know the date in my mind here. Question. Do you have any recollection of that phone call? Answer. No. Question. Okay, do you know if Brian and your wife spoke on August 28th? Answer. Yeah, I spoke with Brian. I'm pretty sure. Question. Why are you sure you spoke with Brian on August 28th? Answer. Well, I know I spoke to him when we were at Daytona. We arrived on a Friday and I called him that day. I don't know if that's the date that's here or not. On the 27th, I spoke to him on the 27th for sure. Question. Okay. Answer. I'm not for sure, but that's the day. I remember. That is how I remember I spoke to him. I just called him because he got back from his trip visiting us, and I called him, and he picked up the phone, and I was very happy he picked up the phone. I was just saying hello. We were going to go to the race the next day. Question. How do you know it was that day? Answer. Because you know the date of the race was the 28th. Question. What date did Brian leave for Florida? Answer. I'm not sure of that date, but I thought it was like 5 days before. Question. So my question is, on the next day, the 28th, do you know if your wife spoke with Brian? Answer. I think she did. Question. Okay, did you speak with him? Answer. I don't know. Question. Do you know what she spoke with him about? Answer. No. Question. Do you recall how Brian's demeanor was at that time? Answer. It was fine. Yeah, we had a very good conversation. You had a very good conversation about what? Answer. Oh, he got back and they were going to go to that thing still, that pumpkin thing. And we were at the race. So he was saying, how's it going? And just normal conversation. Hang on a second. Where's this? More water? Here. Okay. Do it. Okay. All right, so let's see. Make sure I'm not on mute. They were going to that pumpkin thing. We were going to the race, so he was just saying, how is it going? And just normal conversation. Question. Okay. Did he talk about Gabby? Answer. No. Question. Did he tell you where he was calling from? Answer. No. Question. On the 29th, Sunday, August 29th, do you know if you spoke with Brian? Answer. I get my dates mixed up here. The 29th is, question, the day after the race you said you went to. Answer. Yes, I spoke to Brian. Question. What did you speak with him about? Answer. He had called. Well, that's the day everything you know hit the fan, I think. Question. How did everything hit the fan? Answer. That Brian, Roberta had spoke to Brian that day, I think. And when he spoke, she got off the phone. She said to me, Brian said, Mr. Gilbert, wait a second. We're going to assert a spousal privilege for anything that you said to Roberta or Roberta said to you. So I'll tell you not to say anything that you said to her and she said to you. Question by Mr. Riley. Without telling me what she said to you, how did the shite hit the fan that day? Answer. I didn't say that. Question. How did the stuff hit the fan? Answer. Things hit the fan. Question. How did things hit the fan that day? Answer. Well, What did you learn about Brian? Question. Answer. I called Brian because, I felt I should call him, so I called him, and that's what I did. Question. And what did he say to you? Answer. I asked him, how he's doing, and he was not calm, and he got very excited and told me things had, Gabby's gone, and he got very frantic. Everything was frantic and quick. So Gabby's gone. Question. Meaning what? Answer. Well, I have no idea what he meant. Question. Well, what else did he say? Answer. Well, it was quick. He said, and he was very panicked, and he said he didn't know what to do. He said, can you help me? And he might need a lawyer, and and I asked him why he wouldn't tell me. He was very frantic, everything was frantic, and I started to not really comprehend, and then he said, can you help me? And I said, okay, I'll help you. And I calmed him down, and I said, I don't know, it was all mumbled, and I still don't remember everything that happened, but, he said he needed help and to get an attorney, and I told him, yeah, I'll help you. I'll call Stephen Bertolino and just stay put. And then I asked him again, and he just said, just help me. And I said, yeah, I'm going to, so stay calm, stay put. And he hung up. Question. Did he say where he was? Answer. He did. He did. Question. Where did he say he was? Answer. Jackson. Question. Jackson what? Answer. That's all he said. Question. Jackson, Wyoming? Answer. He didn't say that. Question. Was there any other Jackson out west that you're aware of? Answer. No. Question. Did he say he murdered Gabby? Answer. No. Question. He said she was gone? Answer. He said it several times. Question. And he was frantic? Answer. Frantic. Question. And he said he needed a lawyer? He did, is the answer. Question. Okay. Did you understand that to mean that something had happened to Gabby? Answer. I understood it that something was wrong. Question. Okay. Something was wrong, meaning what? Answer. I had no idea. Question. Well, your son's frantic. He wants you to call a lawyer, and Gabby's gone. Did you believe at that time that he'd murdered her? Answer. No. Question. Did you believe that she was dead at that time? Answer. Not at all. Question. What did you think gone meant? Answer. I didn't even know what to think at the moment, at all. So that's that. Question. Okay, well, if he told you that she was gone, but she just walked away, would he have been frantic, do you think? Answer. All I know is when he told me that, and it was very quick and very, very nervous and very scattered, so I don't remember everything he said, but he said he needed help. And I tried to calm him down. He would not calm down, and he hung up the phone on me. Question. And so then on August, and that was a conversation you had with him on August 29th? Answer. Yes. Question. How long was the telephone conversation? Answer. I don't think it was 5 minutes. Question. Your wife spoke with Brian on 2 occasions. On Saturday the 28th, once at 9:30 p.m. for 7 minutes, and once at 11:29 p.m. for 10 minutes. Do you know if at the time he mentioned that Gabby was gone? I don't know. I don't think I was with her during those times at that time. Question. Where would you have been at that time of the night on August 28th? Answer. I was at the race. Question. Oh, your wife wasn't with you? Answer. No. Question. And then after the telephone call, did you contact Attorney Bertolino? Answer. After the call, yes. Question. Okay. And what did you contact Attorney Bertolino about? Oh my goodness. Hang on a minute. This is crazy. I don't know what to do with a dog that has dementia, that she doesn't even know what she wants. What's the matter? What's the matter? What do you tell me? What? What's the matter? What do you mean? Okay. Okay, go seeps. You go seeps. Okay. All right. And then after that telephone call, did you contact Attorney Bertolino? Answer. After that call, yes. Question. Okay. And what did you contact Attorney Bertolino about? Answer. That just what was going on. I called him and I told him the same thing. You let him know that that's what happened. Question. Tell me what you told him. Answer. I told him Brian called me. He was frantic. I didn't know what to do, and this is what he said. At first I thought, I don't know. I don't see him or speak that often to him, so I told him he didn't even know who Gabby was. Question. You don't know who or speak to who that often? Answer. Stephen. Question. Okay. Answer. Yeah. So I explained who Gabby was and everything, and Brian was on a trip and he called me. I called him, and this is what he told me, that it's, well, so that's what I told him. Question. Did you tell Attorney Bertolino that you were concerned that Gabby was dead? Answer. After the conversation of how frantic he was, and, it was something I thought we had to consider. Question. Okay, so on August 29th of 2021, your son told you that Gabby was gone and you had a belief that she may be dead, correct? Answer. I didn't know. Question. Okay, but you had a belief that she might be dead, correct? Answer. I didn't believe that, no. Question. You didn't? So what else would gone mean? And that your son was so frantic? What else? What other possible interpretation could there be of that? Answer. I don't know. I had no idea, but I can guess a million things for you. Question. Well, did you guess one of them was that she just walked away? Answer, yeah, it's a possibility. Question, and if she, answer, she just left, but that's great. Question, but he didn't say she left, did he? Answer, he said she was gone. Question, okay, and if she just left and walked away, do you think he would have needed an attorney for that? Answer, it was a situation of how frantic he was. I had no idea what to think. He asked me to get a lawyer, and I couldn't get any more information from him. Question, okay, answer, and I did what he said. He didn't say she walked away, right? Answer, not that I know of. I don't remember, but I don't think he did. Question, he didn't say she was kidnapped by anyone, did he? Answer, no. Question, what did Attorney Bertolino say to you? Answer, well, he said, well, then we did discuss that. Maybe something seriously happened, and we would act accordingly to keep everything. We don't know, so that's it. Question, so Gabby was someone who lived with you, correct? Answer, yes. Question, someone you said you loved? Answer, yes. Oh my gosh. Hang on. What's the matter? What is the matter? Come on. Go sleep. Lay down. Go sleep. There you go. Okay? Go sleep. Of course. Okay, someone you said you loved? Answer, yes. Question, and you knew that her parents would have wanted to know if something happened to her, correct? Answer, yes. Question, okay. Did you consider calling your parents? Answer, no. Question, why? You never even considered calling your parents? Answer, I didn't. No, because I had no reason to at that very moment to think anything was going on. Gabby took off and did things that she, on her own free will, so I had no idea where she was. Question, well, Brian never called you frantically and hung up on you when she'd taken off and gone off on her own free will, had he? Answer, I don't understand that question. What is that question? Question, you said that she'd taken off before of her own free will. Isn't that what you said? Answer, yeah. Question, okay. Answer, and should I call him then? No. Question, but Brian never called you and was frantic when she did that, did he? Answer, yeah, I don't know. Question, you don't know if he ever called you when she... Answer, no, he... Look, I know what he said on the phone, and that's how I responded. Question, okay, but he never called you before on those moments when she just walked off on her own, right? Answer, no. Question, okay, and he never told you on those occasions that she was gone. Answer, no. Question, at any time prior to the time that Gabby's body was located, did you consider calling her parents to let them know what had happened? Answer, I was concerned for everybody. Everything, so it was very difficult to deal with, so I don't know what the hell to think, so... Question, well, you're concerned for everybody. Did you include Joe Petito and Nicole Schmidt? Answer, yeah, I was. I was worried about everybody. I was worried about Gabby. I was worried about everybody. Question, okay. So what did you do with that? Concerned about Joe Petito and Nicole Schmidt. Answer, I left it in my attorney's position there. Question, okay. Answer, I don't know what the right thing to do. I don't know how to respond to any of this, and still to this day, so I don't know how anybody would handle it, so I relied on Attorney Stephen. All I knew, and that was that. Question, okay. Answer, and then I could have thought anything. I care about everybody, you know. I don't know what we're getting at here. Question, oh, you know what we're getting at? Answer, no. Question, that's what this lawsuit is about. Answer, that I cared for anybody. I do. I did. I don't, okay, hang on a minute. I do care. I did care. I did care. And I didn't call him because it was, you know, it was the advice to not to. Question, that was Attorney Bertolino's advice to you? Is to keep quiet? Answer, yeah. Question, did he specifically advise you not to call the Petitos? Answer, yeah, I mean, not the Petitos, but don't speak to anybody about this. Question, okay, did you have a conversation with Attorney Bertolino about Gabby's family? Answer, no, I don't. We talked about a lot of things, so I don't know if we talked about that specifically. Question, well, from the moment that you got this phone call, when the stuff hit the fan until Gabby's body was located, did you have a conversation with Attorney Bertolino about the Petito, about Joe Petito and or Nicole Schmidt? Answer, about them what? I'm sure we talked about them. I don't know. Question, okay, what do you recall talking about? Answer, I don't recall anything. Question, did he tell you not to specifically talk to them? Hang on a minute. Oh my gosh, I don't know what she wants. She has everything she wants. What do you need, sexy? What's up? What is going on? Lay down, okay? Lay down, okay? That's it, go 4 sleeps now, okay? Go 4 sleeps. Lay down. Okay. Answer. He said not to speak to anybody. Question. Did he tell you specifically not to talk to Joseph Petito and Nicole Schmidt? Answer. Not that I remember. Question. Okay. Did he tell you not to take their phone calls if they tried to reach you? Answer. He said not to speak to anybody. Question. Did he tell you not to respond to them on Facebook or by text if they reached out to you? Answer. We were told not to respond to anybody. Question. When is the first time Brian spoke with Attorney Bertolino? Answer. The day he got home. He came home the 1st, I guess. Question. September 1st of 2021? Going back to this phone conversation on Sunday, August 29th of 2021, did Brian tell you the date that Gabby was gone? Answer. No. Question. So he called you. Do you recall what time of day it was that you spoke with him on Sunday? Answer. It was later in the day, very, maybe 6, 7, or 8. I don't know exactly. Was that before or after he spoke with your wife? Answer. That I spoke to him? Question. Yes. Answer. It was after. Question. Okay. Did you ask him when she was gone? Answer. No. I didn't get to ask him. Question. Okay. Did you have any understanding in your conversations with him it was that day or days before? It was, I had no idea. Did you pay Attorney Bertolino a retainer? Answer. I gave him a check, yes. Question. For how much? Answer. I don't remember. I think it was like $25,000. Question. When did you give him that retainer? Answer, I don't know the date. Question, well, was it before or after Brian got home? Answer, it was after. Question, do you know how much after? Answer, no, not long, I would imagine. I don't know exactly. Question, okay. From then until Gabby's body was located, did you have further conversations with your son? Answer, well, I talked to him, but nothing. Nothing specific. Question, okay, when you spoke with him on the 29th, strike that. When did you learn that he was going to come back home? Answer, he called, it was late in the day, I went to bed. Berta had spoke to him, he called Berta that night and said he was driving home. Question, on the 29th? Answer, no, on the 28th, I think, on the 28th. Answer, it was a Sunday. Question, well, Sunday's the 29th. Answer, then the 29th. Question, did he tell you where Gabby was? Answer, no. Question, did he ever tell you where Gabby was? Answer, no. Question, but did he, okay, they asked it again here. I don't know if that's a mistake. Did he tell you where Gabby was? Did he ever tell you where Gabby was? No. Question, but the last place that, strike that. The place that he was when he told you that she was gone was in Jackson? Answer, that's all he said, that I know. Question, did you ever disclose to anyone that the last place you spoke to Brian was in Jackson? Answer, I told my attorney. Question, okay, so Brian then returned and came home on the 21st, correct? Answer, I don't know the exact question. I'm sorry. Answer, I don't know. Question, September 1st, excuse me. Answer, what was the question now again? Question, Brian returned home on September 1st, correct? Answer, correct. Question, driving Gabby's van? Answer, yes. Question, do you know what time he got home? Answer, I don't know. I think it was early or midday. Did you talk to him then? Answer, I spoke with him, yeah. Question, what did he say? Answer, not much. We said hello. Question, how did he seem? Answer, he seemed okay. Question, he seemed okay? Answer, that's what he said, yeah. Question, just days before Gabby was gone and now he's okay? Answer, I said he seemed okay, yes. Question, okay, he wasn't upset. Answer, at that point, no. Question, wasn't angry? Answer, no. He was confused, but he, very subtle, so I don't, but something was wrong. Question, what was he confused about? Answer, I have no idea, he just seemed, you're asking me how he was. I'm saying, he was like a kid who came home, in trouble, but that's how he seemed. Question, a kid who came home in trouble for what? Answer, I have no idea. Question, okay. All right. Answer, I have no idea. Question, well, let's connect the dots. He told you Gabby was gone, he's frantic, and he's upset. He's like a kid that came home and he was in trouble. Did that lead you to believe that he murdered Gabby? Answer, no. Question, no? Answer, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Question, okay. Answer, so I don't know what I could tell you. I don't know what happened. Question, did you ever ask him what happened? Answer, I asked him when I was on the phone, and he panicked and freaked out. So I didn't ask. Question, after that, did you ask him? Answer, no. Question, why not? Answer, I didn't know what to do. At that point, we were told not to discuss. Stephen asked me, don't discuss with Brian, and that's what I did. I didn't discuss. Question. Go ahead. Answer. Well, he said not to discuss anything with Brian. Question. He didn't want you to talk to your own son about what possibly might have happened out in Wyoming? Answer. Yeah. He asked me, don't get into it. Question. Did Brian see any medical care providers or counselors when he came home? Answer. No. Question. Were you concerned for Gabby? Answer. Yes. Question. What was your concern? Answer. Where is she? Where was she? Question. Why did you have a concern that if he murdered her... Question. Well, did you have a concern that if he murdered her, she just might be out in the open somewhere? Answer. No, because Gabby came and went. Gabby did what Gabby wanted to do. So I don't know. Question. Okay. Answer. I don't know. Question. But your son returned home after a frantic phone call in her van. Answer. Yeah. Question. So you didn't have concern about her? Answer. I did. Question. Okay. Answer. I said, I was worried maybe I didn't know what happened, and I'm speculating. I won't speculate anything. Question. Did you? Answer. Alls I know is that, I was waiting for Brian to tell me something. Question. Did you have a concern that her lifeless body might be in the woods somewhere unprotected? Answer. Of course I wondered about Gabby so well. I don't know where she was. I didn't know what to do. So at that point, I was following the advice, and I'm not speaking of Gabby to Brian. Question. What was inside the van when Brian returned home? Question. I don't know. I didn't see. Did you help him empty the van? Answer. No. Do you know if Roberta helped him empty out the van? Answer. I don't think she did. Question. Did he empty out the van? Answer. He brought stuff in, yes, and actually I didn't see, or pay attention to it. Question. You told me earlier that there was a bed or a mattress in the van, correct? I didn't tell you that. Answer. I didn't tell you that. Question. Well, you told me that he put something in there to sleep in, didn't you? Answer. Oh, yeah. He built the van to sleep in, yeah. Question. Okay. Was there a mattress in the van when he came home? Answer. I have no idea. Did you assist your son in removing anything from the van to avoid the police seeing it? Answer. No. At any time, did Joseph Petito reach out to you after August 28th of 2021? I don't know is his answer. Question. Did Nicole Schmidt reach out to you? Answer. I don't know. Question. Did you consider how the Petitos might be feeling not knowing where their daughter was? Answer. I'm a considerate person. Of course I was. It was not a pleasant thing for anybody, I'm sure. Well, you could have made an anonymous phone call to report something, right? Answer. I have no idea. That's not my place. I'm taking an advice from an attorney, and we're doing what he advised. Did you feel any obligation at all as a parent to contact the Petito family? Answer. Anybody's going to think that way, but I didn't, No. Question. You didn't feel that way? Answer. No, I didn't do it. I should have done it maybe, but I didn't. And then that's that. But you know what to do. Okay. Question. Well, your son went missing at some point, correct? Answer. Yes. And you know how awful. Answer. Of course. That feeling was, right? Of course, as the answer. So you know what they were going through, Joe Petito and Nicole Schmidt. Answer. not because I have no idea really what happened. Well, what do you mean you don't know? Their daughter was missing. Answer, I don't know what happened. Question, she was missing. Answer, yes, she was missing. But I don't know what happened. I don't know. Gabby could have left. Gabby did anything like I said. You said that. I didn't say that. Question, well, were you concerned about your own son missing? Well, you were concerned about your own son missing, weren't you? Answer, of course. Question, and distressed about that? Answer, of course. Question, so you can imagine they felt the same way, right? Answer, of course. What do you want? What do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell them that something that I'm not sure of? Question, I want you to tell me you knew their pain, but you did nothing about it. Well, I didn't. I didn't know what to do about it. I didn't. I wasn't able to help anybody. Question, when did Brian leave your house? Answer, the 13th. Question of September? Answer, September. Question, after Brian got home from September 1st into September 13th, what did Brian do? Answer, we all just did normal things. Question, did normal things? Answer, yeah, we did normal things. Your son murdered someone and you did normal things. Answer, I have no idea of that. Question, you went camping. Answer, we did. Question, what other normal things did you do? Answer, well, we went out. We went out to a park and we took hikes. We did normal things. When Brian left on September 13th, did you know he was leaving? Answer, no. Question, what was his demeanor on or about September 13th of 2021? Answer, it was very normal, fine, calm. Question, Anthony Bertolino, he used the word grieving. Was he grieving on that date? I couldn't say he was, no. Question, okay, did you tell Attorney Bertolino he was grieving? No. No. Question, so you don't think that he was grieving on that date? Answer, I don't know what he was thinking on that date. Question, do you authorize Attorney Bertolino to tell the public that Brian was grieving when he left on September 13th of 2021? Answer, I don't remember authorizing that, no. Question, well, did you, when you gave him a retainer of $25,000, what was that to retain him for? Answer, to represent us in what was going on. Question, why did you need representation? Answer, that's how I thought anybody would want representation. Question, why? Answer, because it's what anybody does. Question, well, but you didn't. You knew Gabby was gone. You're not willing to admit that you knew she was dead. You think she could have walked away. So why did you need representation? Answer, because we didn't know where Gabby was. And I don't know. That's what you do. Question, what does that have to do with you not knowing where Gabby was? Answer, I don't know. Question, did you ever try to get Brian out of the state? Answer, no. Did you ever transfer money or move money around to try to get him out of the state? No. Was Attorney Bertolino hired as your spokesperson? No. Not that I specifically hired him for that, no. He was the only one who spoke on your behalf and your wife's behalf and Brian's behalf. Right? Answer, yes. Is that something you authorized him to do? Answer, yeah. I didn't actually say I authorized it, but I was fine with that. Question, did you ever learn at any time that you or your wife were the subject of a criminal investigation? Answer, yes. Question, when? Answer, when the FBI was speaking about Roberta knowing something. Hold on a minute. Now, what are you doing? Okay. Yeah. Okay. You go. Gets out of the dog bed and she can't get back in, and I've got to carry her back into the dog bed. Okay. Let's see. Where were we? When the FBI was speaking about Roberta knowing something. Question. When was that? Answer. I don't know. It was, I guess, I really don't know. Question. Was it before or after Gabby's body was found? Answer. I think it was after. Question. And do you know what date Gabby's body was found? Answer. Yes. Question. What's the date? The 19th. Question. Of September? Answer. Of September, yeah. Question. So it was after September 17th that you learned that you were possibly the subject of a criminal investigation of your wife was. Answer. Well, no, but I don't. What's the question again? Question. You just told me a moment ago that you learned after Gabby's death that your wife was possibly the subject of a criminal investigation, correct? Answer. Well, that's when she was. Question. Okay. For what? Answer. They thought that they had some sort of communication or some sort of electronic thing. Question. Is that when a new telephone was purchased? Answer. Is that when one was purchased? Question. Well, you said some kind of communication. Answer. Yeah, that's what they said. Question. Do you know what that specifically? Answer. We have no idea what they wanted, really. Question. Brian got a new phone when he came home, right? Answer. Yes. Question. Why did he get a new phone? Answer. I have no idea. Question. Were you ever interviewed by any law enforcement agency prior to September 19th of 2021? Answer. I don't know if you call it an interview, but they came to do a report of Brian missing. Question. That was on or after the 13th of September? Answer. It was after the 13th, yeah. Question. Were you ever interviewed by any law enforcement personnel regarding Gabby missing? Answer. No. Question. Do you know if your wife was? Answer. I don't know, but I don't think so. Question. Were any charges filed against you or your wife? Answer. No. Plaintiff's Exhibit 4, marked for identification. Question by Mr. Riley. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 4. That's not the one, sorry. Plaintiff's Exhibit 3, marked for identification. I'm going to show Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. Have you seen that before? Answer, yes. Question. And that's a statement dated September 14th. It's a document dated September 14th, 2021 on Attorney Bertolino's letterhead, correct? Answer, yes. Question. Did you authorize Mr. Bertolino to release this statement? Answer, yes. Question. Were you aware that this statement was going to be used before it was issued? Answer, yes. Question. Had you been provided with a copy of it before it was issued? Answer. I have read this before it was issued. Question. Okay, so this, a statement that was issued by Attorney Bertolino on your behalf. So was this a statement that was issued by Attorney Bertolino on your behalf? Answer, yes. Question, and on your wife's behalf? Answer, yes. Question, first line, after it says, statement from counsel for the Laundrie family, this is understandably an extremely difficult time for both the Petito family and the Laundrie family. What led you to believe it was a difficult time for the Petito family at that point? Answer, well, everything that occurred. Question, meaning what? Answer, meaning everything. Question, meaning Gabby was missing and no one knew where she was? Answer, yeah. Question, okay, how was it a difficult time for the Laundrie family? Answer, we were worried about everything. We were worried about everything just the same. Question, what were you worried about? Answer, what occurred? Question, what do you mean what occurred? Answer, Gabby's missing and Brian's missing. Question, so did there come a point between the time Brian disclosed to you that Gabby was gone and the issuance of this statement on September 14th that you thought maybe she just didn't walk away? Answer, it was becoming more of a thought, I guess, yeah. Question, is it fair to say by this point in time you knew she was dead? Answer, I didn't know. Question, you didn't know? Answer, no. Question, okay, but you had a suspicion that she was, correct? Answer, unfortunately, it was a thought, yeah. Question, okay. Goes on to state, it is our understanding that a search has been organized for Miss Petito in or near Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. Answer, right. Question, how did that come to be your understanding? Answer, that was in the news. Question, it was on the news? I thought so, is the answer. Question, and is Grand Teton National Park near Jackson, Wyoming, where Brian was when he contacted you? Answer, I have no idea. Question, did you say, hey, maybe you should look in the Jackson area, maybe not Grand Teton National Park? Answer, I didn't say anything to anyone. Question, then it says on behalf of the Laundrie family, so he's speaking on behalf of you and your wife, correct? Answer, no response. Question, yes? Answer, yes. Question, it's our hope, so that's his, yours, and your wife's, correct? Answer, yes. Question, that the search for Miss Petito is successful and she is reunited with her family, right? Answer, yes. Question, if she was dead, she couldn't be reunited with her family, could she? Answer, reunited is a term for either or, I think. Question, either or what? Answer, well, deceased or not. Question, but it doesn't say remains. It doesn't say we hope her remains are reunited with her family, does it? Answer, well, or what? Question, pardon? Answer, well, reunited means reunited. Question, okay. Answer, however it's resolved. Question, what did reunited mean when this statement was issued by your lawyer? What did you, he, and your wife mean by reunited? Answer, well, you know, you're saying me and my wife, but I didn't write it. And I believed it was a good comment to say and a decent thing to say. And that's that. Question, you approved it, correct? Answer, I agreed with it, yes. Question, so did you have concern about the word reunited? Answer, I didn't think of that. Question, okay. Did you think that maybe it might give false hope to the Petito family that Gabby was still alive? Answer, I'm not the one. I'm not. I thought it was a good thing. You know, I thought it was a good thing to say and a nice thing to say. Question, did you think it might give Joseph Petito and his wife, Nicole Schmidt, and her husband false hope that Gabby was still alive? Answer, no, I didn't. Question, okay, so your thought was reunited could be she's still alive? Answer. My thought on reunited was reunited. Question. How was this statement going to stop people from acting the way they were acting? Answer. I have no idea. Question. Let me finish. Answer. It seemed that everyone... Let me finish my question. Mr. Gilbert. Let him finish his question. Question by Mr. Riley. How was this statement going to stop people from reacting the way they were in front of your house? Well, answers, well, I didn't think it would stop them, but I think it would be an awareness that you know that they were calling out. Question, okay, answer, so that's that. Question, were you looking for sympathy for yourself and your family? Answer, no, I didn't want any sympathy. Question, when you saw that there was a search in Grand Teton National Park, did you check to see if that was anywhere near Jackson? Answer, no, I didn't. Question, did you ever consider the statement might cause harm to the family? Answer, no, not at all. Question, do you think the Petito family on September 14th of 2021 was really concerned about your hope that the search was successful? Answer, no, it was my hope and then that it would be found. Everything would be resolved. Do you think they really cared what your thoughts were on that point, at that point? Answer, I don't know what they thought. What am I supposed to do? Question. Now, let's look at Exhibit 4. Have you ever seen this letter before? Have you seen this letter before? Answer. No. God. I don't think I have. Question. Were you aware that a statement was issued or that this letter was issued by attorney Rick Stafford on behalf of Joseph Petito and Nicole Schmidt on September 15th of 2021? Answer. I was aware of it now, I think. I know I saw something on the news about this statement. Question. Okay, did Attorney Bertolino provide you with a copy of this letter? Answer. I'm not sure. Question. Did you or Attorney Bertolino, on your behalf, respond to this letter? Answer. I'm not sure, but I think we may have. Question. How do you think you responded? Answer. I don't know if you responded actually, so. Do you think you saw this back on September 15th? Answer. I think I saw it in the news. Question. You saw it in the news? Answer. Yeah. Okay, so you're aware the family was reaching out to you and your wife? Answer. Yes. And you chose to say nothing. We didn't know what to say to them. We'd had nothing to say. We didn't have any information for them. Question. You what? Answer. We didn't have information for them. Question. Well, you knew she was gone. Answer. I know. Question. In your son's words. Answer. And that's all the information that was known. Question. And you knew that your son was upset and frantic when he called and he told you that she was gone, correct? Yeah, but that's that. Question. You could have told them what you knew at that time, right? Answer. We didn't know very much, and I thought everything that they would have known was known. I believe so. Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, marked for identification. Question by Mr. Riley. Okay, let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 5. Did you know on the 19th of September that Attorney Bertolino, on behalf of you and your wife, was going to issue a text message to the press saying that the news about Gabby Petito was heartbreaking? Answer. I remember seeing this. Yes. Question. Okay. Did you approve that? Answer. I was aware of it. Question. Why was the news heartbreaking? Answer. Because Gabby was deceased. Question. Was it heartbreaking the day before this email? This text message was issued? A. Answer. It was heartbreaking all along. The whole situation. Mr. Riley. Let's take another 5-minute break. Recess was taken 11:17 to 11:24. Question by Mr. Riley. All right, Mr. Laundrie, you testified you gave $25,000 to Attorney Bertolino, correct? Answer, yes. Question, what was that $25,000 for? Answer, representing us. What more would it be? Question, well, was it to represent you, your wife, and Brian? And he says, answer, I'm not really sure. Question, you gave $25,000 to someone. You're not sure why you gave it to them? Answer, well, to represent us. I don't know the definition of, I don't know how much it entails, but you know it was for us, all three of us. Question, so it was for all three of you? Answer, I believe so. Question, okay, do you have any hobbies? Answer, me? Yes. Answer, fishing. Anything else? No, not really. Hiking. Okay, do you like cars? Answer, yeah. What kind of cars do you like? I like a lot of cars. Question, are there any that are your favorite? Are you asking about a Chevy Nova? I don't know. I'm just asking what your favorite is. Well, it was one of my first cars. It is a favorite. Question. Okay. Do you have any shirts you can put on them? Do you have any shirts with cars on them? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Answer, yes. Question. Okay. When Gabby lived with you, did you notice that she had electronics, like a computer or a laptop and an iPad? Answer, yeah, she had all those things. Question. And she was always on her phone, on her iPad or her laptop, correct? Answer, she was on all those things, yes. Question, when Brian came home in the van, did you notice that her laptop and her iPad were in the car or in the van? Answer, I didn't notice anything like that, no. Question, so you didn't notice that the iPad and the laptop and the drone had been brought into your house? Answer, sorry, hold on a minute. What's going on with this? What is up with this one? Hold on. This is jumping and it's not. Oh, hang on. Oh my gosh, what just happened to the part I was reading? Okay, the drone had been brought into your house? Answer, no. Question. And no one assisted Brian in taking things out of the van? Answer, no. Mr. Riley, all right, I don't have any other questions. Mr. Bertolino, just a suggestion. Mr. Meltz, do you want to take a short break? Mr. Gilbert, sure. It took a 1-minute recess. Ms. Kelly, we can go back on and conclude the depo, and then I'll talk about the suggestion afterwards, if that's okay. Mr. Riley, sure. Ms. Kelly, so I think you're at the point where you can explain if you need to read or waive, right? Mr. Gilbert, well, Mr. Petito, do you want to put them back on so you can tell them? Ms. Kelly, oh, sorry, Mr. Gilbert. Okay, so your deposition's finished. Do you have the right, if the transcript is ordered, to read it and make any changes or fixes that you think should be made? Or you can waive that right. I typically recommend that you read it if it's ordered. So it's good. So is that good with you? The witness, I should read it? Mr. Gilbert, well, if it is ordered, then I assume it will be. You should read it. The witness, okay, Mr. Gilbert. So we're going to read then. The court reporter, of course. Ms. Kelly, okay. Thanks. The deposition will conclude at 11:29 a.m. The reading and signing of the transcript was not waived. Okay, deposition certificate of oath. Blah, 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 blah. So that's it. Oh my goodness. Everyone is listening, yeah. Everybody's listening. Snow. Hi, Snow. Hi, little lady. Hi, Bucky Ann. This is so live, right? My YouTube froze. I thought Carolyn stopped talking. I'm here. Yes, we're still live. Went out, came back, and I heard her, but then chat didn't move. Yeah, everybody's listening and not. Hi, Two Scooter. Hi, Irma Jean Brojangled. So, what do you guys think of that? Oh, wow, that's crazy, isn't it? What's with all of his memory problems? I don't even understand. He couldn't remember so many dates. And I remember something about him saying something about something having a hang up with high school or college. I remember that so distinctly. Hang on a minute. Sorry, I have to have something. I have to have some green beans or something. I'm starving. But that's very odd. I'll be right there. Someone take my dressing. Hang on a minute. And there's the balsamic. Right there it is. All right, sorry about that. Okay. What's a cave dive? Oh, Mr. Electric. He's diving. Hi, painted back. Hi, painted back. Hi, painted black. I'm back too. What state are you diving in, Mr. Electric? Hi, Dawn. Where's Dawn? I don't see Dawn, Margot. Where's Dawn? Where's Dawn, Margot? I don't want to see Dawn. I want to know what state Mr. Electric is. You're in Tampa. I actually know someone down that way that dives. With that kind of stuff. You don't see Dawn either, Snow? Neither do I. I don't know. Margot, where's Dawn? It's on the bucket list? Really? Oh, you see her way up in the chat? Okay. 12:48. Oh, hi, Dawn. Well, it's just a number, right, Mr. Electric? Sorry, I was absolutely starving. Been craving a lot of vegetables. Last night I had mixed vegetables. The night before I had Brussels sprouts. Now I had green beans. Starving. Vegetables. Okay. Let's see what else. You just completed the Grotto and the Devil's Den. Good. I'm going to check something else out here. Okay, that shooting in the Chiefs celebration, 2 juveniles in custody, Kansas City. Cops say the dispute appears to be the cause. Wow, it's crazy. Oh my gosh, stop. They say officials say as many as 1 million may have been on hand to celebrate the Chiefs' victory. The shooting may have stemmed from a dispute within groups of people. Very sad. That's what so is. Let me see here. Wisconsin mom found dead in car. Ashley Kalo. What happened here? Hold on. How many people? "33 years old. And she was, 2 people are in custody after Ashley Kalo, 33, was found dead in her car after a crash in Fond du Lac. And they say a 3-year-old child was found in the passenger seat unharmed. The child was not identified by police, but Kalo's grandmother said the toddler was Kalo's son. Investigators say the crash and Kalo's death are connected to another crime scene near a strip mall just yards away from the crash. A gentleman who worked in the area showed photos of the scene showing police evidence markers denoting a weapon and a pool of blood. Detectives say community members led them to a 20-year-old woman, a person of interest, and a 21-year-old man suspected of harboring a felon. Police say they have charged Annika Winter Trudell with first-degree reckless homicide, although they have not explained how she is connected with Kalo's death. I think it's kind of obvious, isn't it? Hold on, I'm going to sneeze. Phew, I'm so sorry. Hold on a moment. Okay, this is great. This is good. Hey, paint it black. Your state made the news here, and not in a good way. Let's see here. This time a police officer in Alabama. I'm going to sneeze again. Oh my gosh, please stop. An Alabama police officer has been charged with a misdemeanor for making multiple swatting phone calls while on duty because he thought it was funny. Wow, okay. Christopher Eugene Sansbury Jr., 23 years old, has been placed on administrative leave from his job with the Montgomery Police Department after his arrest by the Prattville Police, who said he made at least 6 false calls to the department over a 3-month period. Swatting is making false reports of a serious crime to draw a heavy police presence to a particular location. The calls began on October 30th and went through late December. Prattville Police Chief Mark Thompson said, in the first call, Sansbury described a subject laying in the front yard apparently shot. In other calls, he reported seeing someone breaking in cars, vehicles, and running around with a machete. The calls also reported a man walking around with a blood trail and seeing a male running around, and seeing a male running around with a machete and people laying on the street bleeding. Thompson said the department is also working with agencies in Georgia, Wyoming, and Massachusetts to see if any swatting calls in those jurisdictions are connected. The chief said Sansbury said in a statement to police that he thought it was funny. Point blank, and I quote him said this, the police, Thompson saying this, point blank honest with you, it pissed me off. After his arrest, Thompson said it remained unclear why Sansbury allegedly made the swatting calls. Though the chief noted that he said in one statement he thought it was funny. And I quote, Thompson saying, "We have enough to deal with. The image of police officers, already, and that we have somebody do something like this. And he was on duty when he was doing this. And so, yeah, it highly irritates me and other law enforcement chiefs that are trying to keep the image of law enforcement being an honorable career. And then we have people like this doing stunts like this. There have been some instances where these false calls were ambushes. We never know what we're going into when we get these types of calls. And him being a police officer would have full knowledge of that," end quote. Sansbury was arrested in Montgomery and taken to jail, where he was booked and released on a $6,000 bond. Montgomery Police Captain Raymond Carson said Sansbury has been an officer in Montgomery for 28 months, and at the time of his arrest, he was a patrol officer. Hold on 1 second, I've got to get something. Let me put up tissues. Where did my tissues go? Somebody took them. Okay. See what else is going on. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. South Carolina mother was charged with murder on Tuesday in connection with the October death of her 2-month-old daughter. The daughter of Jordan Fowler died on October 15th at their home in Belvidere. The Aiken County Police say that Jordan Fowler squeezed and shook her daughter, but a recent arrest warrant stated that she hit her daughter in the back of her head with a stainless steel vacuum-insulated travel mug because she was frustrated with her repeated cries. The deputies who went to the home at the time of the baby's death found her grandmother performing CPR. Deputies noted the baby was cold to the touch. Fowler allegedly told police that her daughter was sleeping in her crib. When she took a nap on the couch, she claimed that she woke up to find her daughter unresponsive. Before the upgraded charges, an autopsy determined the 2-month-old had rib fractures and other injuries that were in various stages of healing. Oh my gosh. Officials now believe Jordan Fowler had abused her daughter between August 20th and October 15th, which is the day she died. So, from the date of her birth. Okay? Really great. She was charged in December with unlawful neglect of a child. On Tuesday, she was charged with murder, homicide, by child abuse, and aiding and abetting. So, it wasn't just one time that she did it, which is horrendous. Now, don't misstate what I'm saying. I'm trying to say it wasn't that she had postpartum depression, because that's the thing now. It's like postpartum depression, blah, 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 blah. No, it wasn't that she just, had a psychosis or something like that other lady. And Lay down. Go to sleep. She was abusing this child literally from the day that his child was born until the day she died, because she had injuries all over in various states of healing. And you're telling me that no one in that time period saw that this woman could not handle that child. That's just horrendous. I said it the other day. I said, I don't understand why some of the worst of the worst seem to be the most fertile and seem to have, no matter what amount of drugs they're taking, no matter their lifestyle habits, whatever it is, they're conceiving children, and they seem to have them back to back to back to back. It's just, it's outrageous, isn't it? And they don't seem like that when they're born that they even really want them there. But they don't have the sense either to give them up for adoption, tell somebody that they're unable to care for them, bring them to a safe haven, or do something like that. No. It's, kill them or something. I mean, it's crazy. I don't know. And you have another couple in Oklahoma facing charges after police say they used a tree branch and a taser to discipline a 10-year-old. And they're both on the run. According to court documents, a Midwest city officer met a young boy after the victim told school staff about the alleged abuse, then implored the officer not to send him home. The officer said the child was terrified of the consequences. The defendants, identified as Jamie Ahmad and Robert Davis, have since moved from their home, and police are currently searching for them. They're both charged with 4 counts of child abuse. The allegations began in 2023 when the Department of Human Services removed numerous children from the home, except for the 10-year-old. It's unclear why DHS allowed the child to stay in the home. Wow. So they were not deemed fit for numerous children, but they leave a 10-year-old in there. Unbelievable. In September, reports indicated that the victim told investigators that he had to complete school assignments in the freezer. How the freak do you complete school assignments in a freezer? If he didn't finish within 5 minutes, he was allegedly subject to beatings with a tree branch. In October of 2023, according to the documents, the child told a school resource officer about the abuse and pleaded not to be sent home. The officer reported the case to DHS. DHS did not confirm the boy's timeline, but court documents revealed that Ahmed acknowledged using a stun gun. She also reportedly informed investigators there was no existing law against its usage. Unfreaking believable. And they left the child in the house. Oh my gosh. Doctors who tended to the victim found numerous scars and marks on the child's body that were too numerous to count. Doctors added that returning the child to the home would at a high risk of further injury or death if returned to the hands of the caregiver who inflicted these injuries. Residents along the Serene Street where the child lived say they never saw him much. A neighbor said, I never actually saw him much. I just knew they had a child because I could occasionally hear kids playing in the backyard. Police are currently searching for the suspects. Oh my gosh. Hang on 1 second. I want to see something. Jamie Ahmed. Let me see something here. What was the other person? Crazy. I see something here. This is interesting. Alleged child predator arrested after a sting operation. Has the exact same name as this guy. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that special? Why don't they have pictures of them out if they're on the run and hiding? Right? Why? What are they protecting them for? Huh. Unbelievable. The picture should be plastered all over, so somebody would know if they're on the run. It doesn't make any sense. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh wow, look at this now. When did this happen? Let's see here. Anand Henry with his wife Alice Benzinger and their 2 sons from a Facebook photo. The family of 4, including twin boys, found dead in California murder-suicide. The father, a former Meta engineer, fatally shot his wife in a bathtub and also killed his twin 4-year-old boys who were found dead in a bedroom in San Mateo. San Mateo is about 20 miles south of San Francisco. He then turned the gun on himself. Noah and Nathan. It's unclear how they died since there was no sign of trauma to their bodies. They may have been smothered, strangled, or given a lethal overdose. Police were called to a welfare check about 9:15 a.m. on Monday. When they arrived, they found no response. There was no signs of forced entry. They entered the home through an unlocked window and came upon a grisly scene. There was a 9mm pistol, a loaded magazine, found in the bathroom. The weapon was legally purchased. Here's the house that they were in. This sounds eerily familiar to somewhat like that Google engineer that lost it, huh? Okay, police didn't say who called for the welfare check, but a neighbor said that it was the grandmother of the children because she couldn't reach them, and a new nanny could not reach them either. Henry, a former software engineering manager at both Meta and Google, filed for divorce from Benzinger, who is a data science manager at Zillow, in December of 2016. What? That doesn't even make sense. If their twins are 4 years old, doesn't even make sense. The divorce never materialized, and the couple moved in 2020 into their San Mateo home to raise their 2 children. Well, it meant more than that. It meant that after 2016, they conceived these twins. Because if they had them at that time, they would be 8 years old. So that's the most poorly written facts. They always get facts wrong in new cases, always. So Henry from India left Meta in June and founded his own AI company. They purchased a $2.1 million home in 2020. Crazy. So she was 38 and he was 37. Oh, look at this. Oh, and here's another picture I just see on Facebook. Right? Who would think that he's going to do what he's going to do? Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. In every picture around these, there's always a picture of a birthday cake besides that one where he's on the ground. Every picture they have with their kids is around somebody's birthday cake. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay, let's see what else is going on. Then a grandfather was shot and killed after a fender bender in a Walmart parking lot. Shot and killed. Guy doesn't even, they're saying he's grandfather. Guy, you know, they always make it sound like, sometimes they use the word elderly and the person's 50 years old, and let's see here. See what else is there? Anything else that's... Oh, and then what the freak is going on with Gypsy Rose? She's started having a YouTube channel, and then started doing Get Ready With Me videos, and then deleting them. I don't know what the heck she's doing. I think it's time to check in on this. Okay, so here's apparently Gypsy Rose Blanchard channel. What is going on over here? I don't even know if this is her channel. Let's see. Okay, hang on for 1 second. What is this? Okay, we're going to have to see what about this. So I guess, what account is this? Let me just see if this is really... Allegedly, she's saying, I absolutely believe in rights for special needs individuals. My husband is a special education teacher, but I support people that actually have real disabilities, that they can't even function in normal society without guidance, so much so that they can't even speak because they are so challenged. Those are the individuals that need to be advocated for. Not individuals that claim to have a disability but know the difference from right or wrong and should be judged by a court of law based on their ability to know right from wrong, which my co-defendant does. Oh, she's okay. She's coming out and speaking against people that are saying that she took advantage again of Nick and all of that. Oh, go to John, who, murdered her mother, and that's why he's still in prison. The court has every bit of evidence that the public does not. There's a reason why he's still in prison, and it's because he was well aware of his choice, whether the public wants to believe that or not, and that is why every appeal has failed. And that's what she said. So apparently the text messages between Gypsy and Nick are what people are saying. Seeing those, are just crazy. Okay. See what else here we've got. Okay, so there's a Lifetime short now where she's making herself up, I guess, about how Gypsy married she's getting made up by a makeup artist. Let's see. So Gypsy, I stand on everything I said. I just give up on ignorant individuals is what she's saying. She's got this video that she deleted, apparently. It's been downloaded by other people. Don't you know, Gypsy, there is no dirty deleting, especially where you're concerned. And she's turning off comments on her social media, is what I'm hearing as well. she wrote something else here. I don't mind people not liking me. That's not the issue. The issue is that there is so much misinformation on the internet spread by people with biased opinions that people aren't looking at factual evidence. They are more focused on the opinions that they have, so they spin the narrative in whatever direction they want to go, and that's what I have a problem with. Am I branded a murderer? Yes. Do I feel like that defines me as a person? No. Since I have been out of prison, I have not committed a crime. I have not violated my parole. I have not bothered anyone personally. If people don't like my face, then don't follow my channel. Don't follow my social media. It's that simple.
So
let's see what's going on here now. Oh, Christy. Difficult roads lead to beautiful. Christy has her own little... Oh, she has an official Facebook page now. Gypsy. Okay, so there are... Let me see this. Oh. So there's a lot of stuff. I've thought before about going through a lot of the stuff that's in her discovery, especially her text messages with Nick. We've gone through some of them. Let's see. Easy. Kayla and Adam. Kayla and Adam Montgomery. There's so many crazy. All right, hang on a second. I wanted to see. Go to. Let's go to. Anyone? I'm just trying to look at, I haven't been, take care of Gypsy Wolf. I want the, not that one, where's the one I want? Yep. Okay, let me see something here. Alright. Oh my goodness. I wanted to look at this. So what is this now? Oh, this is the one where she's posting. I don't believe. Okay, let me see what's happening over there. Live streaming. Hey, Snow. Thank you for gifting 5 Mommy Ramblings memberships. I appreciate that very much. Sherry, you're not supposed to be over here, love. Hybrid Pisces, I don't think you're supposed to be over here, babe. Kay O'Shea. Oh dear. No, there's 5 new, it says, Snow. It says there's been 5 new. It says it right over here. I'll tell you if I can. I'll go on the other side and my, as they like to say, in the back office, and I'll tell you who was made a member. Some were naughty, naughty. Elizabeth G. Elizabeth 3G got a membership. Elizabeth, I haven't seen you in a long time there, babe. Hope you're doing okay. You have a new membership. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Let's see. So, Sherry, Kay O'Shea, L, Cassie. What? I don't understand that. Hybrid and Elizabeth 3G. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They all just got a new membership. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I called official live. Okay. Thank you, Snow. And I'm going to, let's put Gypsy up there because I'm talking about her now. So we know that I'm talking about Gypsy. Her deleted YouTube video. What were you doing, Gypsy, in your deleted YouTube video? Gypsy. Let's put an image of her up so we know that we're talking about her. We want to go and do the chapters. we're behind, and that's a very tiny picture, right? Okay. We'll just put that up, and then we know we're talking about them. Okay, let's see here. Okay, let me see something here. Oh, I see. Okay, so let's take a look at some of their texts, as people are saying their texts are really, so these are the texts not between these two, but between Gypsy and Godejohn, Nick. So, and these apparently were read in court. So it was, what was it for, hun? And that was my evil side who did that, you know. My good side would never call you that, hun. Maybe a biatch when you're being one, but that is all, hun. Well, it's all true, hun, and it was about voices in my head, but instead of getting rid of them, they became a part of me, baby. How it works is based on my thoughts and feelings, dear. Depends on what part of me shows. This was May. Okay, hold on. I'm going to see. I want to just go. There's a lot here, and I'm not going to be able to go through it all tonight, but I just want to see something here. Oh, okay, so it's all Gypsy. Okay, so now I see. Okay. So Godejohn says, here's something. True, I suppose most of our problems are physical related, dear. Gypsy says, and I want you to know, being with me won't be hell. It will be much better, sweetie. Nick says, when exactly, dear, since you got me all curious? Gypsy says, well, I'm going to start now, but it'll be all the way better when we see each other, hun. He says, all right, dear. She says, do I make you happy? He says, when you don't have your freakouts. Yes, dear. Then she says, Gypsy says, maybe you might like me better in person. And then she says, by the way, I'm afraid of bugs, just so you know, hun. He says, bugs? Dear, there is no reason for that, and you know I'll worship you either way, whether in person or from afar. She says, I'm just letting you know my phobia, it's bugs and spiders. And she says, I always feel like crap after I freak out because you're caught in the middle. She says, I can't stay even an hour away from me. You? And he says, and spiders? That's always something harmless to you most of the time, hun. It's meant to be that way, though, dear. And she says, it's just my fears, huns. She says, so you take your little creepy buggle friends and escort them out of my house. And he says, and don't worry about bugs. They're harmless, hun. And she says, so we're all cool, sweetheart? Sweetheart? And he says, yes, hun. It's just your freakouts that scare me, honey. And she says, we have that in common, hun. And he says, of course we do, dear. And then Gypsy says, we are all lovey. Again, my cutie pie. And he says, that's great news, my Elle. And she says, aw, my dear Carl. And she says, meet me on Facebook, my love. And he says, hun, I'm glad you picked up on that reference. Now, what was that? Was that one of the ones coming through? Let me see. Hold on. Hey, Angie Hensley, Kentucky Love. Welcome to Deputy Rambler. Thank you for becoming a member, Angie. Hi says her new man is a big boy. Why does he remind me of Peter from Family Guy? Yeah, but these texts that I'm looking at are the ones from her and Nick Godejohn, and people haven't. A lot of people don't know how manipulative she was in the text messages, and a lot of people feel she got away with murder. You know. Okay, where did I put my, here, there. So let's see. Meet me on Facebook. Let's see. I'm going to go through some of these. May 29th. Okay, so here Nick Godejohn says, okay, honey, just never change on Daddy because I never want you to be anything but Daddy's everything as I rock you back and forth in my arms on my lap. And she says, I won't change, Daddy. I curl into your shoulder and cuddle. And he says, I keep rocking you back and forth in my arms on my lap. Are you my same Daddy's girl that I reminded you of being in the past, dear? And she says, hey, baby. And she says, darling, does your house have any kind of car? I'm looking on Google Maps. And he says, dear, it depends on how updated the world map is. Last time I looked, it wasn't the right vehicle. And she says, wow, it's a small place, LOL. And he says, yeah, it's small to a degree. And she said, I looked at the population and it's smaller than the smallest town I've lived in. I thought 7,800 was small. And he says, like I said, it used to be a village, now it's a town. And she says, I'll adjust, LOL. And then says, besides, smaller, less trouble. And he says, I hope so, because it should be easy one to transcend to, hun. And she says, are you ready? Like, in all ways, hun? He says, what do you mean, dear? She said, for me. He says, if I wasn't, I wouldn't be so eager to be living with you, dear. She says, I was supposed to get pregnant in a week and a half. He says, okay, hun, so what are you saying? She says, I just feel sad I'm not. He says, okay, I see, hun. She said, a part of me is really worried about my tube. She says, what if I could have it taken out? What if I could have it taken out being pregnant? He says, you said you would have it taken out. She said, could you wait like 10 months for Plan B? He says, so you want me to get you pregnant again? She says, I'm getting it changed, hon. He says, oh, because for a second I thought you wanted me to get you pregnant again, dear. She says, I was wondering, does Big Bend have a hospital? Because I'm late on my period. He says, no. He says, okay. She says, gotcha. Then she says, let's move to Milwaukee. We can stay with your mom for a little. He says, Milwaukee? I'd rather be in Waukesha. And, oh, darling, we can look up apartments. And Gypsy says, and with the $5,000 I have, we will be set. He says, good idea, dear. She says, I don't need to marry you to live with you, so we can fake our time with a wedding. We can take our time with a wedding. And, let's see. Gypsy says, I can paint and sell my art. And then Nick says, dear, I know that, but you mean our 5,000, true, baby. She says, yes, our darling. And then she says, and who knows, maybe after a while we can have a ceremony like a wedding, hun. And she says, you would make a handsome groom. And he says, and we'll live in my birth city, hun. Hopefully like close to Woodman so we can get our groceries extremely cheap, dear. And she says, Keisha would be a dream come true, sweetheart. And he says, hun, we're still going to follow our kind traditions, though, dear. She says, of course, darling. He says, I look forward to it, my dear. She says, I look forward to cuddles. I dream about it. And you give me, some kind of relations that she wants. And he says, maybe so. I look forward to kissing you, as I will do in the future. She blushes. And he says, well, it's true. And she asks him if he'll give her something that's her first soon. And she's, this little innocent girl is talking about really, really explicit things. If you thought she was so innocent or sheltered, she's obviously learned a lot from somewhere, because she's asking him to do things to her on the bus. And he says, maybe I will be a little naughty on the bus. It depends on how naughty, hun. Let's see. She says the first movie she wants to watch with him is 50 Shades. And then tells him of ways she wants him to do stuff to her. And then he says, I'll watch that with you to get us in the mood. Let's see. She tells him he's a great daddy and thanks him for doing the worst for the best of us. He says, you're welcome. She says, looking at your movie likes and music, we couldn't be more opposite. She says, I like country, you like metal. She says, I like drama, you like comedy. Goodness, this is awkward. Well, I'll explain my interests. He says, those are just a few, hun. She says, I do like the animated ones. He says, we have more in common than you may think. She says, darling, please read what I said. He says, okay. She says, good morning, love of my life. She says, you know what? I'm going to start wearing a ring because I want to feel married to you. So one of my rings from the girly shop, Claire's, will do. He says, okay, hon, and sorry I didn't answer you until now. She says, I need to tell you a secret, hon. He says, go ahead, dear. She says, I never stopped sucking Pediasure from a baby bottle. He says, baby, I already knew that. She said, you know? How? He said, baby girl, seriously, do you not understand that I am with you spiritually? I experience everything with you, dear. That's why there's no point in hiding things from me. She says, oh, okay, hon. Now she says, I'm going to church, hon. He says, okay, hon, and I'm with you at all times. Okay. Let's see. Trying to go here to June 1st. So she says, so you won't end this? He says, I'm not saying anything. Besides, it's a waste of time. She says, get your arse back now. As far as I'm concerned, I'm going to rip you a new one. He says, that's not worth it. I always fight for us. It's your turn for once. She says, me? How the hell am I going to fight if it's one-sided? She says, what will I wear to impress your folks? She said, I'm going to go with you. He said, I told you I'll let you know in person. Why do you say it that way? She said, I'm me again. I'm sorry, my love. He said, dear, you gave me another scare. She said, oh, well, good night, hon. I don't know what's wrong with me, she said. Do you know? He said, come on, baby. I know you can bond with me better than that. I love, adore, and worship you, my dear true love. She says, I just did it online at the same time. I didn't mean it when I called a life with you trash. He said, dear, all that stuff, very explicit stuff that I'm not going to say now. She said, relations is like a tranquilizer, LOL. He says, baby, someday you'll know how important it is in our life. She says, just forget all I said tonight. He said, why you say that? She said, I never meant any hurtful thing. I'm in self-destruction mode. When I am like this, ignore me. And he said, well, all I could do is hope you come back, honey. And she says, I want to be with you. He said, I know, dear. You scared me, though. I thought I lost you. She said, you almost did. She says, I think I'm bipolar. He says, what? Baby, I don't want to lose you, though. And you told me that I couldn't ever lose you. Now I worry I will. She says, well, it's more. I would push you. Now, see, this is exactly what she's saying in the interviews today about how she's pushing these guys away. This is the same exact thing. She hasn't changed an iota. It's who she is, and it's what she does. So she says, well, it's more. I would push you away until you walked away. I can't leave, but I can make you leave. He says, baby, is that supposed to be comforting? She says, in a way, yes, hon. He said, please don't push me away too hard, hon. She says, is there a medication for bipolar, hon? He says, baby, if I did let you take medication for that, are you thinking it would help? She said, a massive migraine, I'm not sure. It could be the distance. Because I would have jogged to Wisconsin that night I met you. He says, so are you saying we'll get better once we're in person? She says, yes, darling, that's exactly what I'm saying. She said, I'll still have mood swings, just not severe ones like tonight. He says, baby, please say it because I'm worried still, and it would be nice to be comforted right now. She said, sweetie, please, don't be worried. I'm not going anywhere. Well, I'm going with you, but I mean, I'll be by your side. He says, the ups and downs will balance out with us being together in person. Oh, she said that. He said, you know what I want to do after tonight, Scare, hon? He said, do you remember the tangled post I gave you a while ago? She says, of course. He said, you want to hit me with a frying pan? She said, you want to hit me with a frying pan? He said, I want to do that right. Just so you know, you aren't going anywhere. Yes, the tangled posts, when both tied each other up, I wish I could just, so you would be stuck with me. And she said, you are with a little red string. She said, we are tied together by our souls and hearts. And then she said, I might tie you up. He said, honey, I'm warning you. You ever give me a scare like that, I will tie you up until I'm sure you aren't going anywhere. He said, because I want to make sure we never part. She says, I won't do it in person. You're all I would have in this life. Then she said, hi, sweetie. I got rest and I'm myself again, baby. Tuesday, June 2nd. She said, I'm 100% in, hun. I'm ready truly. Nick Godejohn says, why you say that, baby? She says, because I'm finally allowed myself to accept you're my everything. I will go with you and live our dream. He says, okay, hon. She says, darling, I'm so sorry about last night. I'm completely different. I'm your woman. He says, okay, dear. She says, and I will be truly your everything. She says, I know I've been up and down, but darling, in 9 days, I'm yours forever. He says, true, hon. True, baby. And she says, and yes, I'm going to fight like hell for us, baby. Do you forgive me, darling? And he says, baby, you have a couple of questions to answer online. And she says, please, please read, hon. Okay, dear. She said, by the way, I trashed my old show-broken laptop. She said, so we can just use one computer together, hon. And he said, dear, I answered you. And what about the memories of us on your computer, sweetie? And she says, I saved them. But F you. You don't get it, do you? Never mind, she said. And he said, dear, what the heck? And she said, I tried being there for you. All you do is make me cry. I give everything for you. He said, I was trying to be nice while explaining myself, and then you say, dear, that was uncalled for. And she said, I always put my best, and you say 90% BS. And he said, baby, I don't only make you cry. I have given you plenty of happy memories. And she says, who puts up with your overbearing ways, your ridiculous political shite? He says, dear, I'm not trying to argue with you, so please stop. She says, I was in a romantic mood, and now you screwed that to hell. He said, well, sorry, I'll leave you alone. All you do is push me away. Then she said, sadly, 10 minutes ago, all I wanted to do was snuggle with you. He said, dear, just stop talking to me. You're only going to make things worse, since apparently now I know I can't open up to you just because of that you keep biatching. She said, I opened up. I was what you wanted, and you pushed me away. Then he says, yeah, you told me to F off. I guess I'm your punching bag. She says, why can't you just have been loving? I'm sorry, hun. She said, look, please, don't fight. Just try and understand. I was saying how much I need you, and you basically called me a faker. He says, I didn't push you away. All I did was explain, and you told me off, and that's how you feel. And that's how, if that is how feel, then I guess I can't make you happy anymore. Sorry, I'm a failure to you. She said, can we please talk online, please? We're going to be living together soon. Shouldn't we at least try to make this work? You are safe from me now. I did the right thing. And he says, dear, I hope you come back. And she says, you are free, sweetie. She says, you don't have a biatch of a girl now. He says, free, yes, free to die. Bye, my love. She says, Daddy, Daddy, crying. What do you mean? Question mark. My love. Nicholas, answer me. He says, sweetie, if Bella doesn't come back, I don't want anyone else. So I'll end it. My darling daughter, just know that Daddy always worshipped you. She says, and what? I don't understand, Daddy. He said, I'm gone. Bye, my everything. I'll miss you. And time to end it all. Wait, Daddy, wait, she says. Please, and us? You mean you won't be mine anymore? And he says, what does my daughter want before I go to hell? She says, I want you to stay with me. You said you was coming to get me. He said, Bella doesn't want me, so no one will have me but her. He says, she does want you. She needs you. You have had a lot of girlfriends. You're handsome. He says, I'm done, my love. You say you need me, but you broke us off, so I cut myself off. If you don't stop me in time, because without you, I'm nothing. She says, are you threatening to harm yourself? He says, why? She says, because if you do, then something, then come back before I do. Please, please don't. She says, and he's talking again about terrible things. And then she says, darling, I'm missing you too. Just let me take a small nap. Okay, sweetie, this is really worse than, this is like, I don't know what. June 3rd. She says, hi, darling, I'm sorry I fell asleep last night without telling you goodnight. He says, it's all right, hun. He said, I've noticed, though, you're on a lot less than you used to be, dear. She said, I explained, hun. I'm on right now, baby. He said, okay, sweetie. Sweetheart. June 4th, my birthday. Then he says, sweetie. She says, good afternoon, darling. See, there's a lot of stuff that she asks him what color restraints he wants, whether he wants black or pink. He says, dear, we're collecting them, but get black. She says, okay, darling. June 6th. She says, honey, I was wondering if I wanted to have relations with another guy before leaving town, could I? It's just a curious question. Okay, so I know you're territorial, but I'm being tempted. Darling, can we talk online? I'm guessing you're napping. I thought you weren't getting my text. He says, I was. I didn't hear them, though, since my phone was on vibrate. She said he agreed to meet up. We are going to get coffee at this cupcake place Thursday. So that will close that. It's a public place, so all good, hun. He said, dear, still, I told you I'll be around in the area to make sure you don't do anything. And you have to accept that. She said, okay, darling. And she says, what time does our bus leave Thursday, hon? He said, 6:13. He said, I may be off a few minutes. Okay, hun. She says, I found the flogger. He said, that's good news. She said, I miss you so much, hun. My heart is racing. He said, and then she said, I miss you. My heart is racing again. Why is your heart racing? Because I can't wait to see you. Then she said, darling, I have an important message. And on the 7th, she says, darling, I was caught on my phone, but made my mom think I was during her phone, something. So I have to lay low until Wednesday. He says, oh dear, just try to text me when you can. She says, okay, baby. She says, we can talk on Skype, please. He says, okay, baby, June 8th. He says, sweetheart, I just wanted to say that I am missing you. Also, that I love, adore, and worship. You're my everything. And she said, darling, I'm so sorry. I didn't say goodnight. I was made to sleep on the front porch with bugs. I peed in the bushes. It's been rough. Darling, I'm not even sure of the password, but if it's not blah, 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 it would be my name. Then she says, the good thing is, if you forgot it, at least you write your confirmation number down in the card it was purchased on. They can look it up. He says, okay, baby, I was hoping you would have said our sacred words, but thanks for your help. Let's see here. She said, I love, adore, and worship you, my everything. He said, I love, adore, and worship you too, times infinity. She said, aw. He said, baby, I called the cab company and everything is going well. She says, okay, sweetie, good. She said, I just ate, feel a lot better now. She says, I can't believe you was able to go. Your mom is okay with it. He says, dear, it don't matter if she is okay with it or not. I'm my own man, honey. She says, I know, sweetie. If she knows you're escorting me back with you, it should be fine, hun. He said, she'll know within time, honey. She says, okay, darling, you have a lot of guts. He says, I told you already, dear. Nothing is keeping us from being together, and I meant it when I said that. She says, so do I, sweetie. Text me soon to give me an update. Will do, my love, he says. He says, dear, my stepdad is taking me to the bus station. She says, okay, sweetie. He says, dear, look at your email. I need to know the reference number. She gives him a number. He says, thanks, sweetheart. She says, I got your back. He goes, I got your back, too. I'm on the bus station waiting for my time to get on the bus. She says, it's all good. You got the tickets, hon? And he says, dear, please go with the story I told my mom and stepdad. She says, yes, dear. Please let me know what story. He says, I'll tell you in person, dear, because I'll be able to explain it better then. She says, okay, darling, I'm not saying a word on Facebook to anyone. That's good, darling, he says. She says, making up a song on the road to destiny, la, 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 la. He says, interesting, dear. She says, I have been on a bus from Hyannisport to Boston. I enjoyed it. He says, interesting. She says, is Big Ben a safe place to live, hun? He said, darling, you almost never hear of crime in Big Bend. She said, that's wonderful. He said, yes, baby. Let's see. Trying just to go through some of this. Okay, she says, tomorrow is the last night we sleep alone. He says, true, baby. However, I'm going to pay for nights separately. He says, so the night you come to the hotel is another separate night from tomorrow. He says, darling, as you know, I'm trying to save as much money as I can. She said, I know, baby, and you don't need to pay for me to sleep with you at the hotel. I will sneak with you. He says, dear, don't deny it. You even knew what I was planning on doing. She says, well, yeah, I'm your gal. Bring me back to your hotel, wink, wink. He says, with pleasure, dear, my dear. And June 9th. He said, update, I'm in St. Louis, yay. Let's see. I'm getting close. Okay, darling, I'll check back later. Update, I'm in Springfield, baby, yay. Tonight, hon, your mom is like pissed and worried. Call her. She's saying that. She messaged me to get you to call her. He said, I already talked to her, dear. Everything is fine. You need to answer my question. She said, I will text you. We are doing this tonight, hun. It won't be until later, like in the morning time, so get your rest, darling. He said, baby, should I still get the room tomorrow? She said, well, we would have more money, so yes, hun. He says, what about sneaking you in? She said, I will, hun. She said, I am not forbidden from your room. And he said, you mean we will, dear? He said, baby, you won't be. Then, let's see. She says, yes, we will, hun. Did you bring your computer, hun? If you look up where you are and my house, we are close. He said, honey, you know I always bring my computer. She said, oh, good, hun. I just told your mom you're perfectly fine. He says, that's good, dear. She says, hun, does it require just the Groves and knife? He says, hun, that side of me expects duct tape too. She says, okay, baby, we have that. She said, it's pre-cut. He said, that's good, dear. However, he expects you to give him the full roll. She said, I will. We only have black and Minnie Mouse duct tape. He says, the Minnie Mouse duct tape, hun. Dear, I should ask you this. Is your mom a light or deep sleeper? She said she sleeps on her tummy, like I said, but light sleeper. She says, the shite's going to go down tonight, Ruby said. He says, what does she mean by that? Please let me know as soon as you can. And then she said, it means it all happens tonight. And he says, how does Ruby feel about it, hun? She said, she keeps me numb in order to cope and survive. Keeping me focused. He says, oh dear, I guess she seems to be learning how to deal with him slowly. She says, for motivation's sake, bring your A game, hun. This is life with me on the line. Then she says, yes, hun, each part is a slow learner, maybe not Candy. Let's see. She said, oh, I'm preparing. She said, I left the gloves outside the front door and the screen door is squeaky, so try to open it just enough to get in and close it gentle. I miss you too, sweetheart, she says. She says she'll give him a knife and duct tape. Let's see. Read there's a lot of stuff that is weird. Something that will terribly. Let's see here. Okay, hang on a second. Let's see. So this is. Oh, twin flames. Talking about twin flames. Okay, by the way, the gloves are blue, she says. And how long must I hold my... Wow, it's windy, my ears. I don't know. It's very, very nutty stuff. I can't even imagine that this is a complete pattern with her. The way she manipulates, pushes these guys away, push back. I mean, this, wow. It's really pretty grotesque. But, hold on, let me see where you guys are. I don't even know where you are. It's very grotesque. But what I'm going to do is High Earth Angel. But I'm going to get the word cookies because it is to something. We've gone through a lot today, and I don't know what's this Gypsy Rose. This is, I don't know how this guy could even, I don't know. Just don't. That's like, you'd want to run, but okay. February 16th. Mr. Electric, come on. Oh boy, that was crazy. Whoosh. That's so windy out. It sounds like a freaking freight train. Oh, you're playing? Yeah, that's good for you, Mr. Electric. That was easy. Oh, I have to go to bed. All right, good night, guys. Thank you for watching. I'll talk to you tomorrow. God bless. Prayers. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Love you. Go to sleep. I have to go to sleep. I'm so tired. Did a lot of